If you Welcome back yet again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Upstarts Premier League. It is finally time for our final week of competition, our final week of matches, and we will have to bid farewell to you all very, very soon. But today is not that day. Today we do have the better place matches coming at your faces. So to help take us through this wonderful day of games, we do always have my trusty main man beside me, Mr. Beatdown Boulevard. What's good with you, baby?
I'm chilling, bro. How are you, Robbie?
Yo, you know me, man. I'm doing fan-freaking-tastic, bro. And all only because of that. Thank you, yeah. I just do me, bro. But one more reason is that also our main guest today is the first time I got into match my drip with the boy beside you as well. Yeah, look at us just doing our thing. So let me give a very, very warm welcome to Challenger Jungler, veteran of the amateur scene, and currently on UTSC, St. Thomas Esports as a jungler. We do have my main man, Kitsua. What's up with you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
Okay. All right. You know what? Thank you for coming on today. Also, by the way, yo, Kitsua, you've been like around the opportunity for a long time, as you already mentioned. So I have a very important question for you. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Although last night I did almost burn down my room trying to make some mac and cheese, but aside from all the plastic fumes that I've inhaled, I'm doing great over here.
Nice. Wow. You know what? I am very happy to see that you are happy, healthy, and alive. And we do, of course, have special secret guest Robbie Bob as well behind you. So, which makes things very, very fun. We got a 2-for-1 special here tonight, y'all. Y'all better enjoy this. One more thing you should enjoy here, Beat, is a third place match, like we already said. We got Striking Vipers versus the big boy Mercenaries.
Yeah, that we do. It's going to be an exciting matchup here. We're going to show the bracket and just kind of give us an idea of how we got here. Both Striking Vipers and Mercenaries suffered a unfortunate loss last week to their respective opponents. One definitely more tragic than the other. So now at this point, both of these teams are here fighting for trying to get what big share of the prize money is left for them, trying to get third place. And also for both of these teams, it's very important for these players individually to try and put out a good showing towards the end of this season, because with Proving Grounds basically rolling on for this split, next split is where a lot of these players and teams have to look towards in terms of putting out a good performance.
And that's definitely been the biggest thing that we've been looking out for, right? Considering how far they've already gotten inside the bracket, we know that all these players are extremely talented, and with PG going on right now as well, so you know that some of the best of amateur are there fighting out to make it to the top, as you see here as well. And we know we got some fantastic players to show y'all tonight, who I'm very confident do genuinely have a very fantastic future if they continue to perform like how they are. But to dive a little bit deeper into what we know about the players, so tell me a little bit about your perseverance in meeting some of the players that are playing tonight.
So I'm gonna have to give the biggest shout out to my man ZMT on the side of Striking Vipers. He is a very mechanically talented player. He plays champs like Aurelia, and I think that if he's able to showcase that tonight, we're going to get a good game out of him.
Respects on that. We have seen that how both Striking Vipers and Mercenaries, like we were saying before, do have very, very mechanically talented players, like who can really go toe to toe with some absolute giants of industry. In fact, we talked about this a lot before, but Mercenaries have in fact gone to the giant that is Golden Guardians and taken a game off them. Well, GGA, I should say, but that doesn't really diminish their overall accomplishment any less, though. But for more on that Beat, talk to me a bit more about Mercenaries as well, and just their matchup in total.
So the thing that's interesting about Mercenaries, of course, like we already talked about how good these individual players are, and I think this is especially true when we look to Mercenaries. You think of Rourke, their jungler, Cinnamon Bread, of course, everybody in that very same GGA match made himself very well known. And of course, you have Barrack in the top lane as well. Three very strong players here. And of course, you have Kim Down, who is also their new support, who they've been getting some experience with. And they find that since he has joined the team, they've looked a lot better once they started getting used to having him around. And they attribute a lot of their success this split to having him around. And this just kind of goes to what we were talking about earlier, how important it's going to be for all of these players to kind of set themselves apart going into next split of Proving Ground starting a couple months from now here. And it kind of starts with tonight. How good can you look on the day? And the thing I find interesting too about Mercenaries, you look at their loss last week. I think the big issue that they ended up having was some misexecutions on the Rift, and of course some interesting drafts from time to time. We all kind of got a good view of those things, and I think it's fair to say Wildcard are also very practiced together. The particular players, Wildcard, very known for developing players, having them work really well together. And we don't have that same system in place for Mercenaries. And they're kind of facing a similar opponent today in Striking Vipers. That's the big thing Striking Vipers has going for them. They had time spent together, the system they have in place. So I think going into today, what I kind of want to see from Mercenaries is some of these more scrappy drafts. Play towards their strong mid-jungle duo. I'm talking like Lee Sin LeBlanc or the Xin Zhao, whatever the case may be.
Oh, 1,001%. And we know that like these type of scrappy games is what we're personally experienced with on both of these teams, for both Mercenaries and for Striking Vipers. We saw that in the semifinal match as well, considering how we had huge number of kills. Like Striking Vipers ready to duke it on any second of the day. Mercenaries as well up against Wildcard, right? So although the macro side of things, I think, can be a little bit back and forth depending on, how they kind of overall move around the map. But B, you will definitely get your wish. But Kitsuo, on your end though, fam, to talk to me a little bit more about what you might want to see in this game between these two teams, depending on the experience of the players that you met so far.
Touching a bit on what Beat had just said about the mid-jungle duo of Mercenaries, yes, I do think ZMT has what it takes to win the mid lane, but the mid jungle synergy is going to be really, really important to look at here because if Cinnamon Bread and Rourke are able to take down the mid jungle of Striking Vipers, they're going to be able to take control of the entire map, and that's going to be detrimental to the side of Striking Vipers if DMT with his aggressive playstyle won't be able to match the 2v2 of the side of Mercenaries.
All right, and sticking with you on this as well here, Kitsuo, tell me about what's that feeling in what is a ball you get in your chest when you see that your mid laner has to play weak side, quote unquote, and you're thinking, all right, cool. So do you just forego your entire top jungle, or what happens in your mind during that?
But as a jungler myself, when I see that my mid laner's in that kind of situation, it's like, man, I'm really, really hope that their mid laner doesn't do anything to me as a jungler, because it's like your lead that you get as a mid laner is really easy to translate to jungle, and you can become the person that suppresses the enemy jungler, as opposed to just quote unquote jungle diffing, right? So because of that, I don't want to see ZMT under his tower the entire game. I don't want to see him not working with his jungler, and I don't want to see the two of them on different pages on what wants to happen. They want to happen on the map.
Oh no, 1,001%, right? Because that's it is just extremely feels bad, man. Because I've learned personally that you're not allowed to play weak side like you are in top lane, but which you've expressed to me currently many times before. Hey, if you lose lane mid, I will fight you every time you've been my jungler. So I've tried my darndest to make sure that doesn't happen.
This is why I stopped queuing with you.
Thanks, man. But across the board, moving back a bit into what we've seen so far in the game, things I find will definitely get explosive between both these teams. So expecting a lot of just early brawls, mid lane scraps, and bot side kerfuffles, I might say. Now, with all the prediction on the board, the Beat, I'll go to you on this one. Who do you think comes out on top today, and why?
This was kind of tough because, like I was kind of highlighting, Striking Vipers do have their time together, the system in place there in that org over the likes of Mercenaries. But I'm kind of leaning towards Mercenaries anyway today on the day, because they have looked a lot better as this split went on here in UPL Summer. And I think in playoffs, despite, again, unfortunate loss last week, I still think they look pretty good against Wildcard. As long as they continue to focus on their mid-jungle duo of Cinnamon Bread and Rourke, I think they can come out on top here. I think the series is going to be tighter than either one we saw last week, but I'm going with Mercenaries.
All right, respect you on that, but like, you gon' you won't give me a number on that though, or you just gonna do a
3-1.
cop out? 3-1. All right, respect. Get to it. What do you land on this?
I do think that although I have my boy over there on the side of striking Vipers, Mercenaries did look a lot stronger in the semifinals. So I'm gonna have to give it to them 3-2.
Wow. All right, respectable trade, and the 3-2 is nothing to really scoff at either. We consider this a B05. We do imagine this going the distance. So I'll be the odd man out a little bit as usual. I'm gonna give it over to the boys at Striking Vipers to show up and show out today. We know they got a fantastic roster on both of these sides, but I think whoever can decide to just, you know what, let's focus on waves. Let's just try to get as many bricks as possible and draft like Ziggs and just try it and whoever else, then I think they got it. But that's just my personal opinion. With that being said, though, fam, we're going to set it to a very, very short break. And when we come back, we will have the game for y'all in just a little bit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the UPL. We are getting ready to get into what is going to be a fantastic match between Striking Vipers and Mercenaries. My name is Travis D. I am joined by the ever so illustrious Rebel Fox. Rebel, we got a fantastic game here for ourselves.
We do. Third, fourth match. Not where either of these teams, I think, ideally wanted to end the season, but here we are still with competition yet to be had. Big props to both of them being able to come out today and compete with all of their might as much as possible inside of this third, fourth match, just so that they can actually get some more play time, get some more practice time, so that all you lovely fans get plenty more League of Legends to watch.
Yeah, and honestly, the players that are here are some of the things that we definitely feel like we have to highlight, right? Like, these are some fantastic players in between these two squads here. And, you know, we're right now over on the Academy channel, you know, you got the Proving Ground circuit, you got all that stuff coming around and starting. That's going to be a lot of these players' goals going forward into the next season, I imagine.
Yeah, Striking Vipers, we talked about them as an organization that started here in UPL and didn't have the greatest of splits, and slowly they've continued to climb up the rungs from having no wins to having some wins to getting into playoffs, and now also competing for third, fourth match and things like that. That climb continues into BG for them. They want to be a team that's competing with the likes of what is Wildcard and teams of that have been able to replicate their success, go to Proving Grounds multiple years now. Striking Vipers looking to build to that. This is one of those stepping stones. Winning a match like this, continuing on into some of the developmental pieces that we think are going to structure what is the next generation of talent for Proving Grounds. Striking Vipers wants to become one of those teams.
Yeah, they've been developing talent all the time, but over on the other side, you do have the Mercenaries, who have some star-studded players as well. And when we highlight them, we think about the individual players. Of course, Cinnamon Bread is the one that everybody knows, but we hear quite a bit about the entire roster, and each one of their individual performances are fantastic to be able to see. So keeping our eyes on how exactly they play here, as we are seeing a little bit of a swap around between Striking Vipers and Mercenaries rosters. You'll see them on their respective sides here in the very near future, but I'm excited to see what these individuals got in store for us.
I am as well. It should be interesting. The most recent patch, they've had some time to kind of digest on 11.17. We haven't hit the craziness that is 11.18 quite yet, thankfully, so we don't have to worry too much about that one. But the Worlds patch is going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that. Instead, we're just stuck here on 11.17. And both these teams, they've got plenty of picks to come out with here. I know for a fact, we talked at least a little bit, Striking Vipers, that presence for Krakodon and ZMT, especially against the likes of Rourke and Cinnamon Bread, it is huge. Both teams wanting to control that mid jungle as much as possible just to try to attack. I also think very undercut. Anime Girl has been a great top laner for the side of Striking Vipers most of the split. Barrick's one of my favorite players right now inside of the amateur circuit. I think that he's on the verge of something great alongside the rest of his team, and so that top lane matchup I think is going to be filled with fireworks just as easily that can be set off by that spark in the mid jungle.
I really want to see if this spark ignites a fire too, man. But that need all these players to really give that performance here, because this is going to be a big time for them to put all that talent on showcase here on this stage right here as we're in game number 1. The bans have been coming through here as we are wrapping up them, and we do see a little bit of attention shown here inside the jungle matchup in the bans. Well, stop Kench.
Yeah, there's actually a clip of Barrick getting covered by, it was Tyler 1, and he took, I think it was 30 auto attacks from a Draven and didn't die during the course of a team fight. And so that, there's a reason why that's getting banned. He plays it a lot, and he plays it very well. The interesting one for me, actually, on the side of the Mercenaries, the ban of the Trundle indicates maybe a Lee Sin ban, or a Lee Sin pick, my apologies, coming out here. Instead, Strike Vipers, they sniff that one out immediately. They say, we're not giving that one away. We're going to take this for Krakodon. He knows he wants that power pick. There's no Zinzal, there's no Trundle, kind of two of the major picks that you can have into it. Now comes into a bit more of the pocket stuff for the likes of Rourke into that grab.
Strike quick and swiftly here with the LeBlanc Lee Sin pick up here. Some very powerful picks on their own regard. The Aurelia shows a lot of priority of that. Sejuani is not something that we see a lot of at the current moment in time.
No, we don't. The pairing with Aurelia is a filthy one, although, because you've got like a ton of CC to work with between both the combination of like everything that Aurelia is able to do on her own, but then you pair that with like all the CC that could come out from the Sejuani, and then of course the pairing for like Frostbite and the ability to get that stun off as well is also just as good, all things considered. And so the combination of those two champions, especially into the likes of like you've got LeBlanc now, instant CC comes out, Q comes out from the likes of Sejuani, you have her CC, and it's also a lot harder for Lee Sin to just kind of rip through a Sejuani. Usually plays a little bit further back to start with. You're not like something like a Cho'Gath who's like running forward to fight, gets like set ulted into everybody else. You're not going to get kicked back because usually she has a much like longer range of engage to work with.
But that's the answer coming in. They say, hey, yo, you want to lock in some champions that want to get even closer? Let me push you back, as that is a Vayne lock-in that we got.
You want to talk about individual performances? We talked about Mercenaries having a bunch of very skilled individual players. Striking Vipers, they're the ones taking it to them right now with these individual skill champions. You've got LeBlanc in the mid lane, tons of skill expression there. Same on the Lee Sin, now on the Vayne as well. It is a standard, really good pick into the likes of Sejuani, or something that's been preferred by a lot of ADCs, saying that that's a very powerful matchup. Here, you have that opportunity with this Vayne to also express a fair amount to that skill. So Last Dance already getting that shot, Kraken, ZMT, a lot of these players that have been kind of homegrown by Striking Vipers, they want to flex their muscles a bit against the side of the Mercenaries.
Go ahead and flex. This is the stage set for just that reason here. But champions that aren't going to be flexing are down there in the support pool. We're seeing some bans getting targeted out here, as you see the Leona taking off, the Lulu as well. And then it's just going to be a couple other picks just to kind of round out the pool. Also, Nautilus taken off the table, so like that one when you have a Vayne on your team.
I think not only is this good, just making sure you've got two very aggressive supports taken off the board against the Vayne, but also Rel is very popular here for Blossoms. I think that's what they're leaning for, is they're trying to set up what would be a Rel pick here. They don't have anything else. They kind of, I think, want to see where Aurelia is going to end up, so it's indicating to me support's going to come through, and that's exactly what they go for here. So now you've got this setup of big AoE team fight. They have top lane counter pick for Anime Girl, if that's going to come through. I'm suspecting Cinnamon Bread is going to grab the Aurelia, so now it's a question of what are you going to blind pick. Camille is available here inside of the draft, and Barracks played that before. It's been pretty popular as a counter, or just like kind of a free pick here. That would be even more interesting if we get the Graves locking, because that either means solo lane Graves or solo lane Sejuani to come out.
Okay. Not as interesting, but it's still going over to the Gragas. We've seen Gragas in the top side of the map quite often, actually. So it is something that we've seen Barrack play, and see how Barrack is going to be able to perform here on the day, as this is a blind Gragas, something that definitely is comfortable.
It's also possible, I was about to say, it's actually possible that's going support, and you're going to take it into Rel. I know good friend Mr. Smacks, I'm pretty sure, has talked up this matchup at least in previous days. Now we're a little uncertain, because you do have that combination with the set in bottom lane to work with. Also good into the Rel, because she has to get very low, although her Q does counter your W quite a bit, so there's a bunch of interaction between support set and then like the support Rel, as opposed to like top lane set versus top lane Rel and things like that. But like you said, because Barrack's pool is big enough to be able to flex for both Gragas or the likes of set, they have answered what was a setup for a counterpick top laner into, we've got flexibility. We can put Aurelia or Gragas or set up there and not worry about it too much.
We have a Zac.
Okay.
We have some long range engage up here. It has been a very long time since I've been able to commentate a top lane Zac game here. It could still, be the Lee Sin Fletch, but I'm hyped for a possible top lane Zac right now, man.
I think, like Lee Sin probably slots into the top lane.
I want top lane Zac, man.
See, you're not Magical, because I think Magical would be talking about the possibility of like Zac Rel bot lane, just because of like the AoE that would come out from that combo, and it's like Vayne top and everything else. That's what he would be going for. Since we have like the sanity like caps on, we are not like Mad Rebel and Mad Travesty. Instead, we get to talk about how it's likely Lee Sin into the top lane matchup no matter what. If they wanted to flex Zac there because they feel comfortable with whatever matchup it might be, they could do that. But assumably the Lee Sin is going to be better into pretty much anything they throw onto that top side.
Yeah, you're probably right. My insanity wants a top lane Zac game, but the chances of that happening are a little bit more slim. But hey, listen, Striking Vipers, they're coming out with a very spicy composition here. Lots of flexibility between both of these rosters, and really, really coming into this game prepared.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. Again, it feels like Striking Vipers are attacking what we consider to be a pretty massive strength for the Mercenaries. And the Mercenaries came out and they said, okay, we'll go for a bit more standard. A lot of team fighting potential, a lot of good kind of clustered fighting when it comes to things like Gragas, and you're putting that piece together with everything else they've got across their map. It feels like a lot more standard composition than you would expect. You would expect almost that these would be swapped in the opposite direction, where you'd see a bunch of the individual potential outplay with like Lee Sin and LeBlanc on the side of Mercenaries, but we're getting the opposite. We're getting our expectations are being just kind of unfolded before us and changed all about. Everything we thought we knew about this game has officially changed.
Yeah, right when we thought we had the answer, they changed the question. Both of these teams constantly were able to find that inside of the draft here, even just from the very beginning of the ban phase. So I want to see what the individual expression is going to be here on side of the map, right? We got to see the mind games. We got to see them play that 5D chess. Now I want to see what they're able to do once they have all the pieces on the board, as both teams have some very interesting tools to work with.
That they do. We do have the combination of what is LeBlanc and Lee Sin into the likes of an Aurelia Sejuani. It's a very aggressive combination, but I actually think Sejuani Aurelia is extremely good in the early game against what it is that they're bringing out here. So my expectations are still that the likes of the Mercenaries have the capability of fighting up against Striking Vipers in that 2v2. That controls what we're keeping our eye on. If you remember, we tried to highlight that. Our deck tried to highlight that. Mr. Kitsuo kind of directly talked about that entirely. That's the idea I think we're coming out here with, is like, how is it that they can use Sejuani and, oh, my apologies, not Lee Sin, it's Zach and LeBlanc into the likes of what is Sejuani and Aurelia here.
Honestly, I'm excited to see it, man. It's been a while since I've even casted a Zach jungle game. I'll be honest on that one too, man. We've been seeing the same rotation of junglers come in here, and we get to see a fresh face, and it feels like we've gone a couple seasons back now. Sejuani versus Zach, an old matchup that we had saw previously as they found changes made to their kits.
Absolutely. I've seen the Zach kind of pop up very recently. I think part of that is just that like so many junglers have taken nerfs, and especially like really fast clear speed junglers feel like they have gotten a bit of the tire iron to the knee like kind of treatment, at least a little bit. Zach's clear speed isn't particularly fast, and he doesn't do the most damage. His ganks are really set up for like he is the CC that you need to try to get things done. And with a composition that you've got designed, like the side of Striking Vipers, when you've got Lee Sin in a solo lane, when you've got LeBlanc in a solo lane, pretty much all you need is CC, which is, I think, really, really helpful for them. They knew what they were doing coming into this. They understood how it was that they were trying to set up their lanes. Like you said, the 5D chess was also fun to watch unfold, because it was like, I'm gonna bait your bait of our counter pick with like a counter pick. It went kind of crazy there in the inside, but I like where we've landed here for Striking Vipers in this game, number one.
And both these junglers have started on the same side of the map here, both opting for a top side clear here. No vision was put down, so they don't know where Warwick is, but you can see a little ward was put there to see if they can catch out some of Krakadon over there towards the top side.
Absolutely. I'm keeping my eye. They're both pathing towards bot lane, which is a little surprising. Okay, we get an immediate rush. That level 2, I think, was acquired a little faster there, but it was immediately matched.
Yeah, I mean, there was a Night Blown. Flashes were used.
Oh!
Last Dance looking to aggress forward on the Kim down. You gotta be careful right now.
Very early in the game, Tristana like eventually gets her attack speed, or her attack range, my apologies, increased with her passive. But right now, it's about the same as Vayne. Both of them are very low range champions here inside of this game. And Kim down, like, his health being lowered isn't that big of a deal, mostly because he has pretty natural regeneration by getting a bunch of attack or like a health back when he uses abilities. So there's that to pay attention to as well.
Yeah, and Anime Girl is in hot pursuit of Barrett right now. He's looking to tango with him. He's going to be able to lay out a good amount of damage. Knows that Haymaker was just used, but Barrett's using a great amount of time, buying time for it, but First Blood still comes out. Anime Girl standing on top.
Oh, you gotta think the Haymaker was literally next ability in the rotation, either thinking he could get one more auto attack or survive that auto attack, but it looked like I think Anime Girl was able to attack and then immediately did everything else.
Oh!
Okay.
TP back in and lay out another Haymaker. Run it back.
trying to put some aggression in. Again, I know what Barrick was actually doing right there, and again, I think even a fraction of a second faster on that haymaker, that Lee Sin probably dies or has to flash immediately to make that kill work. So props to him, again, getting right back into Anime Girl and forcing out everything. Now he's also stuck in this laning phase. Oh.
Check this out, though. The bomb ticks away onto Last Dance. Is going to get jumped onto by Saori. Okay. Saori is going to be able to find a kill in exchange. So 1 for 1 down in the bot lane.
Yeah, finding ways to trade back and forth upon the map. We haven't seen Rourke get it active yet, but Krakedon just kind of gets through his path as fast as possible and immediately does what Azak is kind of intended to do, which is find aggression now. Oh.
That was a tower dive solo in the mid lane. While this is all happening, the top lane gank comes through. Anime Girl flashless and will be punched. Barrick socks it to him and finds the kill.
Punishment for that initial first blood. Again, Barrick feels slighted by the fact that his W did not go off fast enough to beat out that auto attack E from Anime Girl, so he TP's forcing the flash and TP and is able to use his own flash with this gank. Responded from that bottom side where Krakedon showed up, and on top of Cinnamon Bread also finding that solo dive like you said in the mid lane. Big plays now into the mid lane as well.
Yeah, they're still looking for more here. They're wanting to punish this LeBlanc and make it so this LeBlanc can't do what LeBlanc's supposed to do, and that's a disappearing act on the opponent's screen.
Yes, you will see. They're still kind of just like poking away. It's mostly the supports at this point, just trying to help this wave out as much as possible for both their laners. ZMT, as low health, does have to be a bit careful, because I think just like a Q auto Q from Cinnamon Bread with an E on top of it is a reset necessary to like kill him off, which is why Blossoms is spending so much time just making sure that you're able to catch the rest of this wave. Buys this free back for Cinnamon Bread, who has this advantage not only with the kill, but also with the CS lead over top of the opponent. So like you said, shutting out the LeBlanc, well played here from the side of the Mercenaries. They recovered top lane pretty well. Bottom lane, they were able to get the 1 for 1 with this Tristana slowly getting range advantage. That should go better and better. And now mid lane's off to a good start.
Sejuani, by the way, has not backed yet, right? Like, this Sejuani is still just running around the map and just getting these ganks off, and has really left an impression so far in this early game.
If the jungle camps could speak, they would talk about being CC'd to death by the likes of Sejuani. Because like she has a good amount of damage on her E, which is really big. But honestly, just like the ability to cancel auto attacks from like monsters, that percentage health damage is humongous. It's so easy for Sejuani to just go camp after camp after camp. That Rourke was out for a pretty decent amount of time, only just now getting back out after the first back. Does have the Bomby Cinder completed to help out with some of the camp taking. The big thing to note, Sejuani doing perfectly fine. Bigger thing is Cinnamon Bread being able to be broken out of mid lane means that you now get to combine your Aurelia with your Sejuani, your melee champion with a good amount of attack speed to combine with your Sejuani to put that CC on from the E, means that attacking into these side lanes is going to be very, very easy to do.
Yeah, and it's a rough case to be inside of at this moment in time, as right now Mercenaries, they've built them up a nice little lead after the kerfuffle in the top and bot side here. You feel like Mercenaries has kind of regained some of their composure. Look at this over in the top side. Anime Girl found themselves in a rough situation here as Barrett is playing this set like a Chad.
I think he is. Again, feels slighted after that first kill. You can tell, just like playing over, like very, very aggressive, slamming a massive wave into that top side, making sure that somebody would have had to have been around unless they like threatened the dive. Instead, they know that TP or that dragon was taken. It was taken by to multiple lanes. I was thinking ZMT, my apologies, was actually going to break up into top lane to look to punish Barrick on the rebound from that massive wave he had shoved in, which is why Barrick's kind of poking around, like being off the screen as much as possible, so that they think he backed, so that that play gets denied.
Oh, well, Anime Girl just used Safeguard, and Barrick immediately just licked his lips and was just like, all right, yeah, this is great for me to get more pressure here into the top side.
Absolutely. Even better, he by like kind of stalling that re-engagement, he was able to catch it in the wave. So Anime Girl loses health bar, gets another wave slammed in, and now has the support of Cinnamon Bread, who caught an additional wave after the dragon take, after like ZMT had shoved it in, and Rourke was back onto the top side as well, meaning that now top side is under their control. They get to go for Rift Herald for basically free, and because Anime Girl doesn't have the health, doesn't have the TP, they just have to give Rift Herald as well. Good response here from Mercenaries. They're attacking the map very, very effectively with this Sedge wanting their lanes under complete control by what it is that their laners have been able to accomplish thus far.
I mean, yeah, all their laners across the table have been doing a fantastic job, and the reward has been claimed. Just Rourke grabs Herald for themselves. They grab the first Drake. They're doing pretty good in neutral objectives, and they're making sure to keep their lanes going just fine. As you even see, the Tristana, someone that we looked at had a bunch of action down here in the bot side, has a nice CS lead for themselves here inside the matchup against Last Dance.
Their bot lane, the side of the Mercenaries, was something that was like under construction over the split, because obviously Kim Down had come down throughout the split. I remember talking to Rourke, who they had a substitute at the beginning of the split, and then he came back in for the Mercenaries, and he had talked at least a little bit, like the team had talked at least a little bit about how Kim Down was such an important piece for them, and the combination of he and Sahori have actually been one of my favorites in terms of the entire tournament. Like, of everybody that exists within the tournament, these are two of my favorite people to watch in the bottom lane compared to everybody else. They play so effectively, not only in like your standard marksman kind of sense for Sahori, but also Kim Down apparently is very great in comps. So that perfect combination of the two and being able to manage this bottom side has helped out the Mercenaries. Because like we said, when you consider the names of like Cinnamon Bread and Barrack, who are two of my favorites, and then you throw Rourke into that mix, you've got a very powerful top side. You get to combine it now with what is a bot side that you can really rely on.
Now you have this bot side that you can rely on. The Mercenaries feel like they're fully loaded right now inside of this game, but Striking Vipers definitely are still coiled up, waiting to find their moment to strike at this moment in time. The action hasn't really been anything too insane. You've been seeing Mercenaries looking for opportunities to aggress, but Striking Vipers haven't given a moment just yet. They have been really good at buying their time and choosing their moment. This could be a moment for them. They find the jump onto Kim Down. The aftershock keeps them fairly tanky, and the flash will keep them safe.
Right there, I almost would have preferred that they burned Sahori's Buster Shot, just to try to make sure that they could disengage the Zac from any minions that would pull back Kim Down. The flash on Gragas is excruciatingly valuable. However, because Krakodon just did this, and you've got Kim Down who's able to get out of lane, you can now slam this Rift Herald for free into mid tower. It does pull 3 plates. Okay, it does pull 3 plates. It does get split up between 3 members because, of course, Kim Down was around as well, but you'll take that. You get 3 plates off the mid tower in exchange for what was effectively the flash from Gragas, and that you'll take all day long unless you're really planning on the side of the Mercenaries to look for a fight around like one of these next objectives. But all things considered, 1,500 gold, you'll take that at 10 minutes, especially for a team we had talked about having this much better standard team fight. When you're looking at like Zac, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, these aren't standard team fight type champions. Even Vayne kind of in that regard.
You are seeing kind of those pieces and how they actually correlate with each other coming out here. I'm interested to see what angle Striking Vipers will go for the team fights, because like you said, it's you have some unconventional pieces as well as some pieces that are unorthodox for team fighting. I'm going to laugh the second I see Zac go in with the elastic slingshot and he immediately gets hit by the showstopper. I am going to crack up laughing because that's going to probably look hilarious from my side to see him flubber getting pile drive like that, but it is going to be very interesting seeing how the side of Striking Vipers look for these unique angles to start up fights.
Agree with that. Ooh. More shenanigans top lane. Man, Anime Girl's probably not feeling the greatest about this selection into the top side. Barrack has been able to put... After that just initial level 1 that kind of went against him, this play has just been immaculate. It's been him slamming wave after wave, constantly pulling like jungle attention. You've seen twice now that Krakodon's had to go cover that top side of the map. And every time he has to cover just to make sure there's no potential for dive from Barrack, that's that's like moments, like minutes away from the time of Krakodon that he has that would be going towards ganking, that would be going towards trying to put pressure into this Vayne, something like that, to get this game sparked up for the side of Striking Vipers. Like you said, they're coiled, but it feels like they haven't found a moment to really make that lashing strike that we're accustomed to seeing them make, especially with their Krakodon and ZMT combination. With all the range that those two have, double distortion with like an elastic slingshot means somebody can get hit from like an entire screen away very easily, just knocked off very quickly.
And you can see they're trying to find little moments to be able to strike, but as you took note of, man, even if they stay coiled, eventually them biding their time will come back to bite them. And Striking Vipers are in a weird place for that.
This is a very junk drawer build for ZMT, which I feel terrible about right now. He has to go for he like goes immediately for Sword Shoes, which is necessary for LeBlanc. Then he's got built the Seeker's Arm Guard as well. Oh, we actually be able to kind of break it out. Right
Yeah,
side. That's a bunch of tankiness though. I'm not concerned on that. I'm watching the left side.
Yeah, they're looking for more there. They're trying to see what they'll be able to do. Is going to be able to smush them together. ZMT picks up the kill onto Cinnamon Bread. This is going to rout the efforts of Mercenaries immediately. A double kill for ZMT. Get him down next up on the hit list. Wolf goes down. That's a triple kill. Beautiful from Blossoms. And you wanted a unique angle. Here it is. Striking Vipers find 4 kills.
That's what we're looking for. Like I said, there is a ton of tank, a ton of beef on the right side of that fight. And Mercenaries, instead of keeping it split as much as possible, just to make sure ZMT couldn't enter whatsoever, and that Cinnamon Bread could instead just take the one-on-one against the squishy mid laner he's been beating down all laning phase. Instead, they close both of them together, and all of a sudden Aurelia is trying to collapse and try to put some pressure on a Krakodon and Blossoms, and it just does not pay off. Instead, ZMT gets the ability, after all the CC, after all the bouncing around that happened from the Rel and from the Zac onto the Aurelia, you get burst out, and now your damage is just gone. There's no one else there, and they continue to get run down one by one. That is the breaking point that ZMT has been looking for to put more pressure into mid lane and also just to start attacking in this game.
Viper striking here, looking to go for another strike as well. Him down is the target to condemn to put him in a terrible spot. Beautiful flash from Last Dance as he continues to push in and lay out the damage onto Cinnamon Bread, finds the double kill. Cleanse comes out, a little delay, but Rorik's fate is all the same. A triple kill to a lost Last Dance.
2 big team fights in a row that are won mostly off the back of just the CC coming out from Krakodon and Blossoms. When you're opening all this space for ZMT to throw in free damage, Last Dance DF to throw in free damage on these champions, it's really difficult to put in anything. Cinnamon Bread's not able to just like straight up carry on fights at all right now. So Hori's not around, Barrick's not around to help kind of counteract what is happening. So Striking Vipers have now made 2 plays in a row attacking up against the likes of the jungle, the mid, and support across those 2, and have now found themselves up 1,000 gold, 1,500 gold with the Rift Herald in their back pocket. Please tell me one of them is going to go get that. A second there, I'm like, why?
just you know, give me something to feel. You were giving them compliments. They were like, all right, we gotta change this around, make it so where Rebel gets frustrated here. But now it looks like Barrett might get a little frustrated if he checks that bush. ZMT not getting caught out of position by Cinnamon Bread, but we got 4 members jumping onto this LeBlanc. Not going to be able to capitalize though.
Not able to force anything. This is a big kind of talking point. Barrick either wants to stay pure side lane or wants to start team fighting. It seems like they're kind of down to clown with this 5-on-5 as much as possible.
They're looking for it. Elastic Slingshot goes into backer. Glacial Prison hit nobody there. But you see Cinnamon Bread. He's trying to jump around into the backside of this fight. They're trying to keep him CC, keep them locked away. Haymaker not going to be able to connect onto anybody but Sigori. It's been completely untouched. He is free hitting inside this fight. And it's going to be all 5 members staying alive here as it's just going to be them scrapping, trading yet again.
That is. Hell trades went very heavily in the favor of Mercenaries, though, so maybe they'll be able to shove down this mid tower, which is humongous. Again, finally, when you've got 5 members, you've got multiple ways to disengage. You've got big AoE and things to work with.
Oh, the HP bars are still so very low. Anime Girl almost looking for a way back in with that Resonating Strike, but
yeah.
Woo, that was close.
It really is. The difference makers here, again, Sahori being that DPS, being able to kind of target down individual members as they come flying in, and the second is Barrick being able to disengage Krakodon, gave a lot better of a fight look here from the side of Mercenaries. That continues as the game goes on. When everybody gets tankier, when everybody gets more damage, that looks even better. It's Striking Viper's responsibility to understand they have to find fights like the first one. When you look at 3v3s that are split to begin with, when you look at like 2v2s, things like that, where you can get the CC, you can control where the fight takes place and how the fight takes place. That's when Striking Vipers really looks dirty inside of these fights. That's when they get to pick one person at a time. That's when your Vayne gets to target down one auto attacker at a time, go front to back, that kind of thing. That's what you're looking for on Striking Vipers. Mercenaries are starting to realize, hey, can't let that happen. We're up 2 dragons. We're not down that much gold. We can start to roam. 5-man force as much as possible everywhere we need, throwing our weight around.
keep coming in. This is going to be late, though. The rest of the team is not going to be able to follow up on this. This is going to be a complete disengage coming out from Mercenaries. ZMT gets a nice chain onto him. Elastic Slingshot comes in. Beautiful magnet pull into the back line there, though. Krakenon's going to be able to find the counter. Still get him down. Sahori, though, is still free hitting. Nobody's able to get a hold of him at this current moment in time. Sahori's going to be able to find the first target. Krakenon getting taken out. And now it's going to be Cinnamon Bread healing up off this wave, looking to see if they'll be able to continue going for it, looking for a possible stun, going to be able to connect that onto Anime Girl. Blossoms is very low. Beautiful follow-up coming in, break your face. Double kill going over the barrack, and now it's Mercenaries looking to reinitialize this fight as it is Rourke and Cinnamon Bread in hot pursuit, but quickly will be dissuaded as they are not going to be able to find these low HP members. Cinnamon Bread actually going to get jumped onto, get a little bit too cocky, a little bit out of place. He's going to turn it right back around though as he has
Kim down.
HP right on back. Kim down is here into the area. ZMT is going to be able to go onto a rampage. Now it is Mercenaries looking to continue. They said, all right, we're going to go back on the pursuit. The chains keep coming out from ZMT. And finally, a moment of peace falls onto the map.
Things break apart. Again, 5-on-5 fight. Great look from the Mercenaries and from Striking Vipers, despite the fact that on the front line, Krakenon had that Guardian Angel, had the ability to come back with those bloblets, and it took a lot longer to bring him down than I think Mercenaries were really prepared to deal with. They still were able to stall that fight with low health bars long enough to get a fantastic engagement. Can't give enough props right there to specifically Barrack. He found that flash into a face breaker, into 3 members, still even had the ultimate as well available if they wanted to continue. I think that could have been burnt at some point. Fortunately, he got stunned up a little bit, and maybe some things got split apart a little too far for him to find a really good moment for that. But still, that team fighting prowess for the set has been capable of winning them now 2 straight team fights despite being down gold, and they've set themselves into a position, if they can keep exactly the position they're in now, 3 minutes from now, you've got next dragon, that's Infernal Soul. That breaks this game very heavily into your favor. If you can't fight that, again, you still have 4 chances at taking 1 dragon and pulling the scaling away from the side of Striking Vipers.
Bro, I just want to put a highlight on that moment inside the fight with the facebreaker you were talking about, where the buster shot into the facebreaker. That's highlight clip worthy. That you put that in your montage right there. You put some little funny meme behind of it. It works out beautifully. Just absolute chef's kiss. As we'll have to see if more of that continues on forward. Mercenary right now, they're on soul point after that fight commences. 2.5 minutes later, Mercenaries and Striking Vipers, they're going to have to duke it out over this dragon, and Striking Vipers don't want to let that go to this squad.
No, they do not. The biggest thing I'm also paying attention to, there's not much defense here for Tristana, and Sahori has now been able to also take a couple of fights where, Sahori has been basically full health at the end because nobody's been able to put on real damage. That responsibility falls onto ZMT more than anybody else, I think, inside of this fight. It is ZMT's responsibility to really look for a flank angle and try to put pressure to make sure Tristana is shoved out the fight, not able to do anything. Krakenon did a great job of it in the previous fight, but when he got focused down, because he wasn't that kind of just like frontline brick house that can't be brought down that quickly, especially with Tristana scaling, that I don't think ever really ends up the moment unless you put some significant gold into his pocket, which means that it does fall into ZMT's lap. No longer can Krakenon just say, I'm going to put my body on top of the Tristana because you're going to get blown up on your way in. Instead, it's got to be ZMT finding that pressure, pushing back Tristana with like the marks, the distortions, to make sure that Sahori can't put that damage in.
Yeah, and how do you find that moment, though, becomes the question, right? Because we're seeing it time and time again, these elastic slingshots. Blossom's trying to go in with these big magnet pulls. They've been great when they've been able to connect, but we see Mercenaries be content with using their CC to just negate the side of Striking Vipers. So it's a very interesting dynamic, and they're definitely going to have to ponder a little bit on how do they get past the defenses of Mercenaries.
Cinnamon Bread also has kind of been brought down from the beginning of the game, where he found that kind of individual kill up against the likes of the LeBlanc. Since then has gone 0-3, had a couple of assists as well, to the point where now Anime Girl wants to be inside of this lane up against this, because again, he's not going to be able to take the set in the one-on-one whatsoever, but Cinnamon Bread is far enough behind that he believes that that laning phase is perfectly fine. They're on basically the same itemization at this moment. When Aurelia hits second, third item, I think third item is especially the big one for me. When that comes around, all of a sudden it doesn't matter how far down Cinnamon Bread is, he's going to be ripping through fights one way or another. And that's where the set is kind of propping up this team. And that's why, again, Striking Vipers have got to be a bit more creative. Blossoms has been amazing on this rel, making engage after engage happen, but putting that pressure onto Sahori, making sure the damage can't come through and not giving up big plays into these CC members here on the side of Mercenaries, and making sure you run pressure.
Oh, the catch! They find Blossom! The cast comes through, but it just pushes Last Dance away. The final hour was used as well, looking to continue the aggression onto Barrack this time, but you got a little bit too close to the sun here. Blossom completely comes in, trying to save their life. Rourke is going to be able to find the first kill. It's 1-for-1 at the current moment in time, but Cinnamon Bread finds low HP targets into the back line. It's laying into damage. Barrack re-engages. The blocks have been popped, and it's just 2 members of Striking Vipers left to stand, but this dragon is not theirs to contest.
No, it's not, and that's Soul. That's Infernal Soul, even more importantly. That is a massive buff here to the side of the Mercenaries, who are going to be able to do quite a bit. Now, all of a sudden, their scaling looks extremely good. Every member on their team is a legitimate damage threat. Goodness gracious. And it's another fight, again, where I cannot give any more praise to anyone except for Barrack, who is just ripping through this team. That one shoved back Last Dance DF. He was on top of him, forced his flash, his cleanse, and still dropped him 20% health before the fight had really even kicked off. The trade-off of Sahori losing a bunch of his health bar didn't feel as bad because of those heroics of the front line. He and Rourke doing quite a bit of work, being able to win that river fight for this Infernal Soul.
Man, honestly, I feel like I saw the Last Dance going in for that kill, and it was like the call an ambulance, but not for me meme.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? That's exactly what it felt like, as immediately Barrack turning it around, and Barrack definitely been a player to watch so far inside of game number 1, as well as Sahori, who's done a fantastic job free hitting, making sure they're in the position, and now Mercenaries have a huge advantage for themselves. And even though the gold lead hasn't blossomed just yet, it is now gone back into the favor of Mercenaries.
Absolutely. You also have Forcing Tool, because now what you've got is you've got Shirelias on your Gragas, so that's a tool that can be used to get into position properly. Cinnamon Bread. Some dire straits here.
I don't know.
Well, he's got
Who's
reinforcements.
actually in
That looks, yeah. As soon as the camera panned out, that was perfect from our observer, because it was like, oh, it's just a 1v5. Psych, it's a 5v5. Oh, goodness me. So well played there, fooling me at least a little bit. As ZMT was on bottom side, so that was even a 4v5, which was even worse because the TP would have had to come out to respond to that. They're forcing really heavily into kind of mid top lane. This is so that they can try to set up Baron buff. They've got the power for it, and if you try to challenge them again, this is a team that's already beat you, and now with Infernal Soul, it's going to be near impossible for you to actually accomplish that feat. They are giving a lot of space to ZMT to just kind of win that bottom side, so Cinnamon Bread is going to respond to it. Now is getting into the Wit's End territory. On that Wit's End, all of a sudden becomes a side laner that is impossible to respond to. If Striking Vipers want to take back control of the game, they got to do it in like the next 5 minutes.
Fair and balanced champion time across the board for Mercenaries, as a lot of these members are hitting some of these core items, but look at the Striking Vipers. They're staying right. They want the Baron. They know where they're at, but immediately get dissuaded as soon as they start seeing them moving in.
They start preparing for what was going to be the coverage for ZMT from multiple members of the side of Striking Vipers, and if they throw their weight like that and they end up getting like 3 kills for nothing there, that's just game. There is no response to come out from Striking Vipers because you just walk to Baron, you take that. Instead, they stay around the Baron buff, they threaten it, they force kind of the Mercenaries to head back up the top side. They do end up losing mid lane and bottom push in exchange, and this actually sets up an interesting situation. Barrack can easily push back out top lane as Lee Sin takes a back timing. If they shove even one more wave into mid and bot side, a reset into a Baron buff is a legitimate shot here from the side of the Mercenaries. So Striking Vipers, I think, should anticipate that. Blossom needs to severely get out vision right now in their jungle so that they can go and contest it as fast as possible, because again, I think their window is closing very rapidly.
And with much haste, they need to start moving. This is right now where Mercenaries are feeling very comfortable. They got so many stats worth of gold from the soul. The gold lead has just been going up steadily as the game is progressing now. After they've gotten this, it has been no fights. It has been Mercenaries taking control of the map, and now Anime Girl in a rough spot. Thankfully, Blossoms was there to make sure that Anime Girl was able to stay safe, but this is a tough situation for Striking Vipers to be in, as Mercenaries are just threatening this.
But they are. ZMT's still on bottom side with teleport. This would be the timer because they've got, like, the wave is just now equalized here from the side of ZMT, so he's heading up the river right now. If they wanted to force the TP, they'd have to just engage this drag or this Baron, but unfortunately it looks like Sahori may have waited out to get the last Whisper. Clearing that ward, then walking away might have been the bait that they needed. ZMT's back on the bottom wave! Oh no, I don't think that they know this is happening. They're not anticipating this at all.
They know now, but it's too late. They're looking for every other TP
No,
coming over. Can they steal it?
No,
They won't be able to, and now it's going to be the Everett stuff. As it's going to be striking Viper's King, jumped onto the Glacial Person, did not hit on the last dance, but he's going to be able to join his fate so late as there's 2 kills already gone. Your front line decimated. It's completely eviscerated. The explosive cast comes through. Anime Girl gets dropped by Siori, and now ZMT and Last Dance left to defend their base.
It's like watching a horror movie all at once, where like you don't even have time to process like all of the creepiness and all of like the woods and stuff around it. Everything hits like a truck because you're like striking Vipers. Oh no, you weren't ready for the Baron, and then all of a sudden they commit to this fight after it's already dead into an Infernal Drake team that's leading. Like this is probably just game right here and right now.
Yeah, right now Mercenaries just found themselves another catch onto that. As Last Dance goes down, Anime Girl still down for another 10 seconds. Mercenaries are going to back here. Elder Dragon spawns in 40 seconds, Rebel.
This does give one last opportunity to try to put this game back into the favor of Striking Vipers by pulling Infernal, getting all the shutdown gold as much as possible, pulling a couple towers off the map. Winning this fight is going to be nothing short of a miracle from the side of the Striking Vipers, but this is pretty much, they have been given at least one last chance. I think if you just sit there in the base, eventually you will run them out because they don't have much CC, especially with no Vayne. Pretty much all they've got is LeBlanc with Distortion, and outside of that, their wave clear, especially on Baron minions, is 0. So this was Mercenary saying, okay, we've got all this gold, we've got this advantage.
Ooh, catch, kill down, gone! It's going to be work over into the backside. They were able to get the catch on the DMC, but it goes gold. The bomb is not going to be able to put out any damage. It's going to be set, bringing him back in. Huge face breaker, Haymaker, as this Barrack who's looking unhinged. You've got the cleanup coming in from Cinnamon Bread, and it looks like a great catch for Striking Vipers. But they only got him down, and now their attention is on the Elder Dragon. And this is Mercenaries wanting to seal the deal.
Every damn fight, Barrack is making this champion look like the best team fighting champion in the game right there. They find a miracle pick on a Kim down. Oh, you don't have the Gragas for disengage, don't have it for vision control. You lose so much there. You have a 4v5, which is important. This is a one opportunity where it's like, okay, maybe Striking Vipers can find something, and they give up. Nobody's able to get on the backline to pressure Sahori except for Krakodon, and who's there waiting to bounce him? Barrack's there. Takes him into 3 members, finds another face breaker, fights 1. Now you got Baron, now you got Infernal Soul, now you've got Elder Dragon buff. This is just impossible. They need to win the game like right here and right now, only because, honestly, like if they don't, it's just a waste of time.
Yeah, right now, I mean, they got so many tools at their disposal at this point in time. Now they have their 5th member. Kim Down is here. You've got Elder Dragon. You've got the Baron buff. And it looks like they're going to claim Nexus after Nexus. One last hurrah, possibly to Striking Vipers here. But Anime Girl gets popped very quickly. It's going to barely be able to live for a little bit longer than Story. Still on a killing spree all the same. Double kill coming through. Very trying to have some fun playing with DMT over in the side. But Mercenaries is going to be able to route the rest of the members here as the rest of the team sees the rest of the target trying to pick at them. There you go. That's the 8th, and Mercenaries find themselves a quadra kill to seal game number 1. What a game there to start us off.
Individual performance was there from a lot of members. Like Striking Vipers, they found this window in the midst of the early game where it's like, okay, we can maybe turn this. Maybe we can get our LeBlanc going. Maybe we can get our Zac like in a place. Maybe our Lee Sin can start going. There's so many options here, like at the beginning. And all of a sudden, when team fighting broke out, that set started getting to interact, that 5-on-5 started getting to interact, it was so hard for Striking Vipers to get onto the ADC, to get onto Sahori's Tristan, to actually put pressure into the damage dealer. Yes, Gragas died like 7 times with like maybe 10 assists or something like that in the game. Doesn't matter. If you're not putting that into the damage, if you're not able to actually kill off what it is that's winning team fights for you, you was Barrack a couple of times, man. Like the fact that they weren't able to generate any pressure in a back line was what kind of plagued Striking Vipers in that game.
Yeah, absolutely, man. to that is Striking Vipers it was their comp just struggled to deal with what the other side had to bring in, and also the individual performances. Yet again, you got to highlight all the members of Mercenaries really putting in the work inside of this with the composition they had. I'm excited to see what game number 2 has for us, man. The draft was exciting in game number 1. The game was exciting as well. So with that being said, I'm going to throw it over to a quick break. When we come back, our analyst desk is going to break us down and get us ready for game number 2. So make sure you do not touch that browser.
An explosive game to start off right at the beginning. We were expecting scraps, we wanted fights, and I thank the heavens that we got exactly that. Welcome back to the desk here. Ravishing Gravity, joining by Pizza Boulevard, and of course my main man, Kitsuo. Fantastic stuff from both these teams, and I think it was just inches apart. A small bits of overextensions, the resemblance of dragons, and one main man who knows how to throw punches is really what made the difference in the entire game. But to break it all down, Ketsuo, let's start off with you, man, with the early game.
So Mercenaries, they had a really good early game, and Mercenaries. Sorry about that. So Mercenaries started off with a really good early game. But Strike and Vipers were able to find a way back in the early game fights that happened around mid lane. And ZMT was able to get into the game with the early 3 kills that we're about to see here. So the Blanc's a champion that wants to kind of get a lead in the early game, and this is and she wasn't really able to, but this fight here is that's her 3 kills, which is going to be really big. Because that gives her control of the game, and she can get really easy picks and assassinations once they're able to choke out Vision. But Strike and Vipers weren't really able to use that kind of lead, and Mercenaries were able to take it back in the next Dragon fight, which we're about to see.
Yeah, it's really tough because it's kind of like you highlighted, Kitsuno. The draft wasn't really there for the side of Striking Vipers. So even though ZMT gets ahead with that lead from the LeBlanc, you can see how the front to back works for the side of Mercenaries. Although we see a lot of low HP bars, look at Sahori, full HP, is able to free auto, has that red buff even, and is still being covered by his front line in the tanks. So you see Striking Vipers kind of over chase, and it basically falls apart for them. And this is where they had an early lead. They ended up throwing it away because their margin for error was so small because of the draft issues that we were just covering here. And this, from this point on, it was, I don't want to say it was all she wrote. There was definitely, and we have one more replay where we can kind of see it all truly fall apart for the Striking Vipers. And it was around that Dragon Soul fight, because the way things went in this early game, even though you could argue it was very back and forth, there was one thing that we saw Mercenaries do very well, and that was stack dragons. They played, this is a very early Dragon Soul here at 23 minutes. And the thing that's interesting is, to Krakadon's credit, he tries to get onto Sahori in that back line because, again, he recognizes that they need to bypass the front line here on Striking Vipers, but still commits everything while his own back line falls apart and is still not able to kill this Tristana. And the rest of the clip doesn't matter. At this point, Dragon Soul comes through. Mercenaries have all the gold, all the objective power they need to finish the game.
And you can see, especially in those past 2 clips, there was one massive difference maker that really allowed Mercenaries to not only kind of turn around that overall engage, but as well as having hugely impactful ultimates to turn around fights and completely just you could say stop shows. If you're not getting on what I'm saying already, it was the set coming out from Bear. Thank you. Yet again, I do appreciate all the support coming off my wonderful analysts. We get it. but said, of course, like from Barrick, man, it was phenomenal plays across the board from him. Right, he has hugely impactful ultimates, and I believe Dean even said it himself during the cast. Like, you're making Set seem like literally the best team fighting champion when, you know, he sometimes cannot be, but Barrick did phenomenally on that pick. You can see throughout this entire early game, right? He has so much control alongside Cinnamon Bread. So the Mercenaries have a really strong showing so far in game number 1. But Kitsuo, from your thoughts overall, what would you want to see Striking Vipers kind of taking a game number 2 and like kind of pluck apart from the first game and maybe just make small adjustments so that we may have a series on our hands?
I do like the draft that Mercenaries had. They seem to have like a really clear game plan. I talked about the mid jungle 2v2, and they picked just that. They had the Sejuani Aurelia. I want to see Striking Vipers do something with this LeBlanc. Pick something that is able to support her. Pick something that's able to fight them 2v2. Pick something that's able to contest them. If you're going to utilize the LeBlanc by picking her early, I want that last pick jungle to be something that really helps the LeBlanc, that enables her, that's able to help her control the game. Not something like that will just wants to farm and let the Aurelia do what she wants to do. which is play with the Sejuani and use those really, really impactful teamfight ultimates on top of Barrick's set ultimate to win these team fights.
Yeah, 100%. Lee Sin, Xin Zhao, Viego, anything like that to kind of just pair up really well with the ZMT's LeBlanc and the insane gank assist the champion has. If you basically throw that jungle into some of those earlier plays, that things could look very different. You have a strong mid jungle 2v2. You can actually skirmish early and win because that's what Mercenaries want to do. If you can take that away from them, it's a good way for you to come out on top here in game 2.
Now, with that being said here, friends, like you just mentioned, so game 2 is on the horizon. Just a couple of seconds, so we'll throw it over to our casters, Travesty and Rebel Fox, to see what they see. Yo, y'all let me know. Do you think the LeBlanc is a must-pick this game, or what are y'all assuming will happen?
Well, my guess is going to be pick or ban. There will be a disappearing that will happen on the screen. And that's exactly what it could possibly be. With my name being Travesty, I'm joined here by Rebel Fox. And Rebel, I want to get into game number 2 so bad, man. Hearing the analyst desk talking about all these different champions that could get put in here, the possibilities, I want to see if they can come to fruition.
Really quickly before we jump into game number 2, can I just give a moment to applaud our analyst desk for finally booing Ravish? It's been well-deserved all season, yes. For multiple seasons now, he's been our desk host, and he does his best job he can, but honestly just deserved it 100%. So it did require a terrible joke, but it did end up coming out. Thankfully, that finally did come out. Our analysts came to their senses for once. Now, coming into game number 2, I think expectations for a stronger mid-jungle 2v2 is going to be better for the side of Striking Vipers. I'd also like to see them pick something that is just better at team fighting in general. They kind of looked uncomfortable, and that's for like formation of the game. So while the Mercenaries were ruthless, and I don't think you should play for 5-on-5 purely, I think drafting more towards that could definitely help in some of those kind of more standard, like 5-5, like man fight type situations, yes, rather than drafting what is excruciatingly complex 5-on-5 champions like Lee Sin and LeBlanc and trying to operate them in that kind of capacity.
Yeah, it felt like they kind of played more to like Mercenary style, where they like to highlight their individual prowess. And over on Striking Vipers, this is a team that's been together for quite a bit of time. We've noticed them while they can be a bit chaotic, they know how to team fight. They know how to use those tools when they're at their disposal. So I want to see exactly what that is. I also want to see if in draft, we're going to see Barrett get set up for success yet again.
I would like that. There's a lot of champions that are in the pool that I would be excited to see if we happen to get him on red side and he gets that counter pick, but that comes down the road when we get that possibility to come through. So talking from both sides, it seems like Mercenaries are comfortable kind of doing these things with flex picks. They are obviously comfortable with the Aurelia. That kind of fits into Cinnamon Bread's theme of what he wants to do with that kind of thing. The big thing for me also on the side of Striking Vipers is now we saw last week in the semifinal match, Krakodon kind of get shut out. Game 1, Krakodon got shut out kind of again, where like he wasn't able to have that impact early on that I think we wanted to. And that's been so much of the success for Striking Vipers. Get Krakodon on some more agency. It doesn't even matter. Like the LeBlanc is great for ZMT. If you don't get Krakodon into a matchup that he can be interactive like early in the game, what's the point? I just want to see Krakodon get aggressive, at least for one of these games, because that honestly was kind of the strategy that I saw Striking Vipers really dominating with.
I honestly, I'm going to bring it up too, is like, I think part of the reason why I was so sold on it being Lee Sin jungle. I was like, yo, Krakodon on the Lee Sin, let's go! He's going to come in, he's going to pop off, yeah! So, I mean, I feel like that was definitely a thing. And I'm like you, man. I want to see some urgency because we came into this matchup talking about the mid-jungle 2v2 and how important it is. You cannot downplay that, as we have seen it from Rourke and Cinnamon Bread, how they were able to play their early game. Krakodon and ZMT, they know how to do that. They know how to create that same success. So, we're going to keep our eyes peeled for that.
But they do. I have to say also, like, being a primarily unbiased caster, I do have some slight bias towards the Mercenaries, because not only are they banning Syndra, who's a strong champion, but they're also banning Syndra, who I hate. So, like, I have to give them some preference inside of this drafting phase for taking away my least favorite champion. Thank you very much, Mercenaries, listening to the school. They're not going to change too much up. Again, I think, honestly, Trundle is something that, like, Work could play, but you're not going to take it very early, so you're not too worried about that one. You just take it off the board. You're not going to give it over to Krakodon. And while like everything that they've done is fine. Striking Vipers now have to come to the conclusion of like, okay, what are we taking away from this team? There's so much that was good. Aurelia was perfectly fine. You had top lane, like that set was disgusting to come out. Tristana was really good for Sahora. He kept him alive and doing a lot of damage inside of fights. There is at least contemplations of making sure that some of these champions don't get taken off the board. And right there, Aurelia is definitely in that consideration.
Well, I definitely think ZMT is just like, yo, hold on, I got tower dove by this champion pre-6 last game. Like, hold on,
Yes.
Cool the jets here. Nobody likes dealing with an Aurelia player playing Aurelia. That's just factual at that point in time. So you got to go ahead and take that off the table. The question is, does Mercenaries go ahead and throw another ban? Would dwindle down this jungle pool a little bit further down like they did in the last game?
Yeah, so the Viego was actually taken off, I think, by... No, it was taken off by Mercenaries. My apologies that it come through. So that means Striking Vipers are leaving up things that they had given up in the previous game as well. I cannot remember off the top of my head what it was that they had banned in first phase that they gave the Aurelia up for.
Win Zhao.
Oh, and Set. Yeah, Xin Zhao was the one. Okay, so that's one of them. And then now they're going to give up 2 because Set, of course, comes through. I think, was that Lulu that had come through? I think maybe the Viego was from the side of Striking Vipers and that Lulu was on the side of Mercenaries. Maybe I'm thinking of that correctly. Those two were the champions that were given. Doesn't even matter either. Doesn't even matter because Tristana gets banned, so they're giving up the Set and they're giving up Xin Zhao. Both the potential takes here from the side of the Mercenaries.
Yeah, so they've taken it away, and apparently that was a Thresh, not a Tristana there. So we have a little bit of a change there.
That makes sense.
Keeping the Thresh out of the game, that was the other ban that we did see. So Xin Zhao is available, and Mercenaries did take that without any second thoughts.
No, you shouldn't either. Super strong champion, very effective inside of the meta. You can build so many different kinds of compositions around it. Like, it's just, it's one of the best picks, especially at B1 when you have so much around. This is interesting. I know Thresh got banned. I don't know if this means that it's a Tristana hover that's coming through.
Yeah, it could possibly be. Let's see. Oh, okay. So Tristana was banned. It was Thresh that was is available.
Banned
so
in the previous
Thresh
game,
is
not
locked
Lulu.
in. Yeah, Thresh was banned in the previous game. So yeah, that's the adaptation.
Yeah, this is I'm pretty sure this is one of Kindown's best champions by a substantial margin. And so this is a takeaway, making sure he doesn't get his hands on that one. So it was like, okay, if they take Thresh, they get Xin Zhao in trade alongside something else. Striking Vipers, because they give up Xin Zhao, they say, okay, we get Thresh and we get Varus. Aphelios also would have worked there very heavily. You're now training, of course, like LeBlanc that can come through, and then, of course, you have other champions. Like, you've got Camille that could even come in right here. I love B3 Camille for a lot of reasons that I'll talk about if they decide to go for it. ADC and support are both also options. I think ADC is a little better because you don't want that pool pinched away. So they just go to the Camille.
They might just hover just to tease your heart a little bit here. But, you know, somebody who is going to be locked in, it will be Braum. So now Striking Vipers. What did they want to? Did they want to get the jungle? Did they want to get a specific mid lane matchup here? They've got a couple options on the table.
It's a matter of jungle pool's been pinched with 2 of the better champions into Xin Zhao already. Lee Sin is still available as well if you want that one. You also see the mid lane matchup, so you can do that, but you're going to lose a lot more junglers than mid laners. Picking Malzahar is I think at least a bit of a blunder, only because you're giving up a ridiculous amount of jungle pressure for this. Ryze is better because Ryze is valuable and could have been banned away just to make sure that you don't have that matchup into the LeBlanc. You're still giving up double ban into the jungle position from the side of Strike or from the side of the Mercenaries. But at minimum, like if you take Malzahar at like R3, that's like trolling because it's like you could have easily gotten that at R4. Why not take your jungler then take Malzahar afterwards unless you are expecting them to know and expecting them to ban it, which almost nobody would.
Nobody expects you to you know, drop everything that you possibly hold dear and be like, I am a Malzahar player now. As you look at it going into this ban phase, Mercenaries now, they have a situation where they haven't locked in their AD carry, they haven't locked in their top laner here, so I'm expecting Striking Vipers to continue to see if they can target down some champions they don't want to play into.
They do. I think Caitlyn is one of the more popular champions for her too, so Striking Vipers making sure to do some of their diligence into the bottom lane matchup, making sure Comfort's not there, because if Caitlyn and the likes of the Thresh are both taken off the board, that's range advantage and a fair amount of wave clear that works if you go for like more lethality, which has really kind of climbed up in popularity as of late for what it is that Caitlyn does on the bottom side. And the other alternative is taking away something else. Ezreal was the hover for a second. I know Ashe also kind of fits into this very ranged type restriction. Do they don't? Nope, they're not going to double down on the likes of the 8BC ban. Instead, they're comfortable. They just say, okay, no more Caitlyn. Comfort's off the board for Sahori, so we're comfortable taking Varus and Thresh into pretty much anything, as now it is Quadra bans into the jungle up against the likes of Krakedon, with this Xin Zhao having already been taken.
Yeah, I'm curious on what Krakedon plays. We talked about we wanted to see some urgency here. Lee Sin is available. They banned Kindred there, so could possibly still see that, but is that what you want to lock in here?
Yes, it is. Mostly because now you also know that it's flexible to top lane. They just abandoned that. Again, I was like, okay, Anime Girl had some okay plays on the top side of the map in the last game. Maybe they could still use the Lee Sin as a flex pick between Kraken and Anime Girl. Instead, they say, nope, J4 time, baby, let's go. And we're right back to the opposite. This is the first time we've seen Lucian. Me and I think it was Magical talked about last week how much Lucian changed and how we expected it to be one of the better picks in the meta. Paired with the Braum, paired with the enhancement of like the W coming through, full on engaging to anyone on the bottom side. This also is like a tried and true like counter pick from back in the day into the Varus one way or another, because the burst from Lucian comes out so much faster than Varus can usually respond to, even with Hail of Blades, even with like lethality. It's really difficult as Varus to try to win in this specific matchup up against the likes of the Lucian. As the rest of the composition comes together, we see once again the set for Barrack. This time, the response pick is the Aatrox. They said, okay, what works into it? We've got a little bit more range, a little bit more CC, good team fighting to match.
Yeah, and this is more of a mid-game composition, right? We see, Varus is able to, have some nice utility, but you really have to wait for the Rise to start getting some items. You want to start team fighting with this composition inside of the Cataclysm, see what it's able to do, but man, some of the individual prowess that we get to see from these champions, you talked about it already. Braum Lucian, we saw that a couple seasons ago. Concussive blows that they connect, you will feel concussed afterwards because it will make your whole entire screen turn gray very swiftly. And across the map, LeBlanc gonna make HP bars disappear. Set, we already know what happens when we get Barrack on the set pick. So there's a lot going on here for Mercenaries that just plays into their strengths.
There is a lot more of what we saw from Striking Vipers for the side of Mercenaries, and the opposite is true for the side of Striking Vipers. This is what we expected a lot more coming into the series, where it's like you've got champions like Xin Zhao and LeBlanc that can kind of put out a lot more skill expression, and then of course like Barrack had already shown what he could do on the sets, and even like Lucian is somebody that like if you're positioning properly can really kind of do a lot more than if you're positioning very defensively or if you're not experienced on the champion. It gives a lot of kind of skill expression as well. Whereas Striking Vipers, they go for like tried and true, good team fight, some mid game spiking. You've got like Varus who's going to come in. You've got Jarvan who's going to be helpful for the team fight. You've got like Rise who's going to be able to scale. Aatrox is going to be good fighting as well. They've got a lot of options here to actually work with. They have a number of ways to play. So now I feel like this is where Mercenaries need to like strike very quickly, and they need to be the ones to put their foot down and say, okay, we get this early game advantage.
Yeah, they're going to have to jump onto this Viper before it has a chance to coil up and get ready to strike. And they're already looking to dangle a little bit of cheese out here. They're looking for the 5-man invade, but beautiful word coming out from Blossoms. It's scouted out, and they will see Mercenaries going for a little bit of cheese.
So many times we've seen that. It usually gets caught. Only one time I've seen it devolve into anything more than just like a little bit of poking back and forth, or somebody having to like, burn their ward or something along those lines. And it ended up being like a 4v4 on the bottom side of the map, which was entertaining beyond belief. But we don't expect that to be consistent through most things. Instead, it is just the ward on bottom side. They got caught out. They do trade wards both between blue buffs to be able to catch onto Gromp and things like that. I think the ward that came through though from Kim down was a little bit worse. If you look at that, you'll be able to catch the blue buff, but you won't be able to catch the Gromp timer if that comes through, whereas on the opposite side, it was actually Krakedon who was able to position his ward to catch both the Gromp timer and the blue timer. Not sure if that's a Krakedon diff, just because he's a jungler and he knows exactly how to get vision of his own camps, but clearly very, very impressive being able to actually get even just like significant vision advantage from just a 1-for-1 ward trade here.
Absolutely cracked this jungler is, as you get to see how things will go about, as we are seeing these junglers start topside yet again here. So seeing them both taking the same routes as what we saw before. A little bit of a difference. Krakedon going over to these chickens earlier than what he did on the Zac game before.
He did. It's a little bit faster around here for the J4, just making sure that he can get out and about on the map as quickly as possible, make that impact, make his presence felt, I guess is the best way to try to put it here, as the Jarvan wants to get in and about. This laning phase for the likes of the set actually gets kind of miserable after a couple of items, just because Aatrox eventually is very difficult to deal with. When you have movement speed, it's easier to avoid the empowered Qs, which like give you the knock-up. But either way, I expect a Bramble Vest in the future, almost honestly from both the set and the Aatrox on both sides, just because neither one of them likes to deal with the healing that comes out. But you're noticing right now that it's not Krakodon trying to push that advantageous matchup on the top side, trying to get Aatrox into a position to beat down the set. It is instead down towards the bottom side, understanding that Lucian does the exact same thing. And if you can shut out this Lucian, get your Varus going, there's going to be a lot of team fighting power there.
Especially with those corrupted chains, able to catch somebody out, the damage that can come in here. You get Varus an inch, he'll take them off very quickly with those arrows, man. And Striking Vipers looks like they have a game plan, as you see this shove coming in from Barrack over to the top side. Krakodon is over here in the mid lane, though.
That he is. He actually crossed up to top side just to make sure that they could grab that Scuttle Crab that's going to be on the top side. I think as a way to threaten topside pressure into Anime Girl to make sure that Barrack can't just stand where he's at right now. Instead has to pull back a fair amount on this wave, and it frees up Anime Girl to just take this wave as much as he wants. So Barrack was trying to crash this and just like deny Anime Girl any pressure with this Aatrox, had stacked a couple of waves and got a quick ward out. This is a problem because he's standing on top of a ward as well, and he's backing off, which is good. If he continues to kind of press forward and put pressure in, it's going to be difficult. Krakodon, I think is out of vision until right now. This is not going to be easy. Is there a TP? Is Cinnamon Bread able to?
Yeah, he's looking for something here. Barrett trying to see if he can make this play last for as long as possible, but will go down. First blood and flash coming out from Anime Girl.
I gotta say, yeah, I gotta say, for what was pretty much a 100% guaranteed kill there, that was a very unnecessary flash.
Alright, Anime Girl needs particle effects when they get kills.
Evidently, man, evidently. The flash comes through to get that empowered like third Q. I don't know if it was for style points or what, but honestly, that more so opens up a lot more. Wow, the attempt came down.
I'm trying to make an attempt here for sure, as the HP bars aren't the greatest here for situating down as our lane to trade into. ZMT getting caught onto. Flash forward with the chains will secure his fate as Rourke will come in for the gank, and that is a kill on the ZMT.
Extremely well played. As you've seen again and again, it is the side of Mercy to put pressure into this mid jungle. They've got another powerful duo, and while Krakodon made that impact top lane to start with, it is into the mid lane that strikes Rourke to try to break Cinnamon Bread out of this, not only just like getting the LeBlanc out of laning phase, but out of a bad matchup into the Rise. This is preferential for a lot of people. There's like only a very slim number who take the opposite matchup. It's kind of like the Caitlyn Ashe, where like 90%, 95, 99% of people would be like, oh yeah, Ashe like counters like Kalista. But on the opposite side, there's like one goon who's like, no, Kalista's ultimate's really good at Ashe because she's immobile. And it's the same thing. There's like in LCK specifically, I don't remember which mid laner it is, but they take this matchup and they're like 2-1 in it, so like they obviously know what they're doing. But like for everybody else that's mortal on this planet, like this is a bad matchup for LeBlanc.
They're like, bro, trust me, I've been grinding this on the practice tool. I got this. Oh man, but right now both these teams looking for an opportunity here. You see Last Dance looking to try and poke down Saori a little bit more. Krakodon has a nice little bit of urgency for themselves, taking away the chicken. ZMT is already low yet again. Both these junglers around the mid lane. Krakodon is going to be able to get there a little bit sooner.
Nice
Distortion coming through. Beautiful from Cinnamon Bread.
Yep. Good coverage from Rourke as well. They really wanted to pressure. Cinnamon Bread was heading towards the bottom side, trying to push him into the pocket up towards the top side of the map and into what is like I don't know, just basically towards that top side rush where Rourke was standing, not held by ZMT, because ZMT's like, you don't have anyone on bottom side, I've got the person on bottom side. And so the mind games unfortunately do not work, and not able to be read also from Cinnamon Bread. I think that's why he like dipped into that like fog of war for a second, just because he's like, maybe I can roam out, maybe I can get vision, maybe I can try to figure out what's going on right now. But of course, again, when you're playing that game, that's what happens.
TP coming in. This is a death
TP
sentence
from
that
Barrett
is
is
going to
available
come
as
in on Rourke. Rourke is dead to rights as Last Dance finds the kill. You see Anime Girl with the World Ender trying to find the kill on the back end, but it's just going to be a dragon to turn their attention to.
Another good early game coming out here from the side of Striking Vipers. They have been able to use their tools a little bit better in the beginning of this game. Between the Aatrox getting that gank to start with, actually didn't get anything on this teleport, so ends up just being the pressure for the dragon, which they probably could have used anyway. To me, now Mercenaries actually do have openings, because they obviously had that one kill into Rourke. He got shut down, ended up getting brought down by the likes of Dad, Last Dance, DF. But no summoners on top side. They have no summoners in mid lane. Now, even bottom side, you only have the flash on Last Dance, DF. There are moments here where Rourke could look to force in a couple of these lanes, try to use these TPs aggressively to match some of this pressure, but I gotta see it happen, because again, if you can use these timers effectively, this is the difference between very good players and very great players, is the ability to utilize these timers and come back in games like this to match gold.
I'm actually curious because we are going to see backs coming out from this bot side. I want to see what Last Dance is going to go for itemization here on this Varus.
Whether or not it's going to be the on-hit or the likes of the lethality. I think lethality keeps you a lot safer against the Varus, or against the Lucian, my apologies. Especially because Lucian no longer goes for like poke and eclipse type builds. After the changes and everything, crit is just like scales you so much better. And so now you're going for things like Kraken Slayer or Gale Force or Mortal Shield Bow into more crit to be able to ramp those auto attacks much better.
Anime Girl getting jumped onto. Lots of damage being laid in. Kim down looking to lay in some concussive blows themselves at that Winter's Bite. And that's all she wrote. Anime Girl gets dropped.
Nice.
And that's another kill to Rourke.
At punishment, again, this is necessary. Rourke is able to punish another member of the map after a play had happened. Yes, it's a little ways away, but gold is effectively even right now between the two teams, and the pressure has been matched 2 for 2. It's a lot of resources that have been spent a multitude of times here from the side of Striking Vipers to find these advantages, whereas it seems like it's just Rourke walk the lane, pretty much pressing his W, walking on top of somebody, and that's it, find the mid lane.
Yeah, the bots was dropped as well, but nobody was taken out. No kills to go over, but Herald is going on inside the bush over there.
Yes.
This thing has been pulled out pretty far. Looking to interrupt it, play a little spoiler, not going to be able to get it for themselves. They're trying to stop it from being able to be grabbed. Rourke is going to be able to grab it after some nice defense from Barrett, but the fight is going to continue forward. Rourke is going to have to give up his life for it. No, he flashes out after he finds the kill on the J4. Barrett is now the person looking for a kill, flashing forward. One more punch, but cannot find it. Blossom stays alive as it is a 1-for-1, but the Herald going the Mercenary.
That is a tough one right there. I was trying to see, because again, I've been waiting to see what TP is going to come through from Barrick, because he's had it over the advantage, over top of Anime Girl for a number of minutes now. And I thought what was going to happen is Barrick was going to keep pushing top wave and then start his TP into the river when they step up to try something, and that would give an immediate advantage. It would either pull Anime Girl off of the wave that was stacked, or it would cause him to immediately just like not be in the fight, and it creates a 4v3 disadvantage, and immediately Striking Vipers pulls out. Instead, walks down, which I think gives the time for Anime Girl to show up and be able to contribute in that fight. So while, yes, it ends up being like an additional kill and the Rift Herald going over, which I think eventually will be an advantage for the Mercenaries, I still have trouble just kind of understanding that TP usage only just now came through to catch an additional wave for Barrick, when maybe they could have played some mind games with that.
Right now, I mean, you look at Mercenaries, all their kills are on this Jin Zhao at this current moment in time. He has been the person that's been able to get all these kills, 100% KP so far in this ball. The love has been spread a little bit more for the side of Striking Vipers.
Ooh. Him down, nearly tanking that Q. That would have almost certainly been a death sentence, literally and figuratively. So it could have been problematic for the Braum to have to deal with that right here and right now. It's been a couple of times we've popped into the bot lane for just a second, only to see Sahori at like 60-70% health, 40% health, somewhere in that area between 60 and or between 40 and 70% health. It's off the back of, again, Halo Blades Varus is difficult to deal with, and Poke Varus is difficult to deal with unless you're able to just constant engage. Sahori has trouble just like kind of aging against him. This is burst damage that can come out now.
Glacial Fisher coming in, they got baited. 1-for-1 trade as they're looking to continue forward. Blossoms with a beautiful sidestep. And it will just remain just that. Rourke does have the Herald in the pocket there. As while this how happens, Anime Girl popping Barry with some assistance to Kraken on. over in the top side. This is going to force the Herald to come out.
That does. It's going to be more gold into the pocket of Lucian, thankfully, which I think is very necessary. And the potential redive to come out here from the likes of Rourke, because he's kind of hovering in the tri-brush against the Thresh, could be something else to pay attention to as well. As Cinnamon Bread also has TP to support a bot side dive if they wanted to go for something like that. Shenanigans about on bottom side.
Yeah, they're looking at a lot of shenanigans here. Rourke is in a rough spot. GMT looking to hustle, but isn't going to be able to hustle up to the challenge that is Rourke, as the rest of the team is there to back him up. Rourke's still staying around in the area, wants to duke it out, feeling confident with him down
like
beside him. But this is a tricky spot to be in. Get down, trying to dissuade him, trying to say, stand behind me. Last Dance is over here, pew-pewing from the side of the wall. It's going to be
what a
that
stack.
connects beautifully, and that's Rourke getting dropped the Last Dance here. Chain not going to be able to connect. Realm Warp will be used. 3-man going forward. Rune Prison not going to be able to find its mark, and that is just going to be 1 kill, but a dragon to go over the Striking Vipers as well.
The conversion thus far for Striking Vipers has been so good in this early game, because last time what we saw was like their team fighting was good when they had advantage of like numbers and when their control was there, and then it was when everybody was all together that Mercenaries was looking a lot better. Number one, they're preventing that because they're just like keeping these lanes split apart as much as possible, but second, they've also pushed a lot of these advantages very far forward. Take a look, you got like basically 40 CS now in the mid lane for ZMT. Great advantage for the Rise over top of a matchup that should be going in your favor. Bottom lane, yes, you're like down some CS, but you're up a kill or like 2 kills now for the likes of the Varus into the likes of the Lucian, which should be a lane that you could probably hang your hat on. You were thinking, okay, Braum Lucian should be perfectly fine into the likes of Varus Thresh, but it's been difficult to try to convert anything. And even in top lane, where like this was a rough matchup for Varric coming in after the first couple of levels, and they've really put on the pressure to make sure that the set was not going to be comfortable at all into the Aatrox. So now, Mercenaries find themselves at a pretty significant disadvantage, down dragons, and without the ability to teamfight the way they did in the previous game, kind of leads into some rough territory for themselves, and Striking Vipers setting themselves up for a lot of success.
Yeah, and Krakenor looking to continue that success forward. Not going to connect with the death sentence, but it's okay. The Cataclysm is there. Pinned down, jumping over to a minion. Cinnamon Bread is over here to the side. Beautiful Culling laying in damage to Last Dance. Is going to be continuing forward. Rourke from the side finds the shutdown, and it's just Mercenaries fully routing the side of Striking Vipers.
And the TP also got canceled. I'm watching Barrack is actually fighting up against the likes of Aatrox in the top lane as we speak as ZMT pulls the mid lane tower.
They're looking to try to turn this around. He's going to be able to do just that, though. Anime Girl almost losing their HP. Barrack looking phenomenal on this set here, still, even when he's down.
Had to overextend really far just to try to deny that TP to make sure that Anime Girl couldn't enter the fight. This Aatrox has been a large piece of like what has been working inside of teamfights for Striking Vipers thus far. Denying that was big for Barrack, and more importantly, they were able to clean up that fight, even with low health bars. And so Hori and Kim Down, Cinnamon Bread, and Rourke end up turning that 3v3, 4v4 into a very advantageous setup. And yes, you lost mid tower. That Rise is going to be very difficult to deal with, but at least you're striking back in some of the early game to make sure that you're staying competitive and staying within striking distance to make sure if you need to fight to win right here, right now on, say, what would be like 4th Dragon, the way that was in the previous game, that at least they can try to keep up for something like that.
Yeah, both these teams, I'm noticing a little bit of a trend here where they're getting a little bit overzealous when they're finding something that could possibly be an advantage for themselves, and they overstep their bounds. Both these top squads looking like they need to pump their brakes a little bit before they become a crash test dummy, because they're getting ragdolled when things are not going their way.
They are. In this one, Rourke also has the lion's share of gold compared to anybody else right now, and that is good for Zinzao because Zinzao is quite strong. Transferring that is going to be the hard part here, only because you desperately need to get another carry involved, whether that is Sahori, who's actually doing quite well now, or Cinnamon Bread, who really hasn't been able to convert too much because, again, this matchup is not very good for the LeBlanc into the Rise, and it's difficult to try to push anything. I like that Rourke has kind of shifted into this bot side focus. I think this Lucian can really do some very mean work into the side of Striking Vipers. However, again, ripping through what would be an Aatrox and a Rise is not going to be a simple task for the likes of Lucian without getting a really sizable chunk of gold here.
Can we just shout out to Blossoms on how mindful they've been on these lantern tosses, though, by the way. He has null and voided a lot of this attention that Rourke has sent. And look at this, because Blossom's doing such a great job being that delivery service to make sure that Barra stays safe, Crackdown's gotten a lot more free reign on the other side of the map.
Oh, man. Okay, Anime Girl versus Barrick, round, like, 7 in the source of this series. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, thankfully the vision was there to be able to catch the rotation coming in, because, like, right there, like, the cavalry was on the way for Barrick. And, like, the Aatrox is doing fine. Like, Anime Girl's doing fine in the one-on-one of this laning phase. This only gets worse for the set as the game continues on and on and on. So they're trying to turn it a little bit. It is still the impact that Barrett's got on this set that, like, worries me inside of team fights more than phase. Because I know we saw what he could do with it in the last game, especially with the Jarvan and people who like to fight forward. So maybe that's the space you can buy. But for the moment, at least, Barrick is just kind of getting bullied out. They can't really give him resources. Really hard to aggress against this Aatrox right now.
Yeah, I have to keep our eyes now because we saw what he could do with resources. Let's see when the resources are not there, when you're left on the island and you're left out to dry, as Dragon is going to be spawning up here in the next 10 seconds, and we're seeing these squads are looking to group up around this Dragon.
Mercenaries, they game to flip back into their favor before Striking Vipers have the ability to control what's going to happen here. And so right now, actually pushing back everybody. They just full retreat right there. They knew the team fight was going to come in, right? Like, you knew that was going to be the case. They had to deny the Rift Herald. Now they've actually bought themselves quite a bit of space inside the river to go for the Infernal Drink. This doesn't have to be taken by Mercenaries. They have one more Dragon of leeway, but they're saying, okay, we don't have time. This is it right here, right now. This is our chance. This is when we're going to be strongest. If we can turn the game right here, this is going to be our best bet.
You got one chance that they're looking to do. They want to fire their shot now here, as we got a little bit of a dance going on over here to see exactly the end result will be. Blue buff already.
Blue goes to Cinnamon Bread.
They're continuing going for it, man. Cinnamon Bread trying to get some chains. A good tag, a Glacial Fissure. It goes on to ZMT. The target has been grabbed, and they're able to lay out so much damage. Shutdown comes through. But on the other side is Striking Vipers ready to strike. Steps in it. Hits onto Bexiori. Is still here over to the side. Cinnamon Bread over on the flank as well. They're continuing to pew away. Last Dance having no mana, cannot continue to throw out these arrows here, as Cinnamon Bread still looking to be threatening, looking to be a menace. Barrick is there to body block and puff out his chest and dare them to do something. Haymaker comes through. Shut down. Siori finds one, making two. Looking to continue this on forward.
Oh,
drag goes through beautifully, but the HP bars have dropped down tremendously as Striking Vipers finds themselves getting popped. Beautiful Haymaker, the TP coming in. DMT trying to come in with a vengeance is going to be able to find a kill onto Barry. The Dragon has reset. Kim down looking to be the reinforcements for Sahori, but it is just going to be Mercenaries turning it on its head and grabbing the Dragon.
It really did, and it was off the back of Illusion's damage, so it had to be the primary damage dealer, and he's only got this Gale Force double longsword. That is not really that much damage to bank your, to kind of hang your hat on, but they were able to make it work. I cannot stress enough, Cinnamon Bread was amazing inside that fight, found a couple of really big chunk plays, but Barrick, again, frontliner, damager, fighter, assassin, everything in one is this guy who's been able to do so much work to buy this space for Sahori, be able to shut people out multiple times. That Haymaker making a massive difference inside of this engagement, and it buys Mercenaries more time. They have shrunk the gold lead to just over 1,000, or to just under 1,000, and have pulled their first Dragon in the game. This is a call that Striking Vipers, I mean, they're making right now because they know nobody's able to respond fast enough.
Cinnamon Bread doesn't have TP. He is bot lane. This is their moment. They get Kim down.
Yeah.
That is their popping. A Barrick is here on the flank, but it doesn't matter. Barrick to Striking Vipers.
What a call to Striking Vipers. I can't give them enough props for being able to find this, because again, they stayed so long, the side of the Mercenaries, onto that Dragon just to make sure that that play would go into their favor. So Hori had a very late back. Barrick was not even alive yet when they decided on the call, and Rourke was like, okay, he's deployed on the map, but they can't really accomplish too much. So Striking Vipers say, we're going to go right to Baron, we're going to take this because we've got the damage with all 4 members, and it works out extremely well. Finding the pick, getting the Baron buff, and now what was really promising for Mercenaries has completely turned on its head because they just over overstayed that play, knowing that they needed to make that play work. It just could not turn into their favor. Striking Vipers punished that momentum, and now are able to take back control of the game. 2,500 gold in their favor, as well as this Baron buff.
This is a tense game here as Striking Vipers and Micro looking like they might be caught out in a bad situation, but immediately is able to stop the side of Mercenaries from continuing forward. As you can see right now, Striking Vipers trying to make use of that Baron, but Mercenaries is giving them a run for their money.
They are. It's really difficult. Right now, it seems like Mercenaries, in terms of team fighting, are just like superior in a number of ways. Striking Viper's best bet is just to not take team fights as much as possible. It's not easy because Mercenaries are just trying to force again and again and again and again, and it's working from time to time. But thankfully, with Ryze and Aatrox in your side lanes with Baron buff, it's really easy to just play those side lanes out as much as you can. And even worse, there's no real wave clear. Again, it's Set now that has it. Lucian doesn't have a ton, especially without ultimate into Baron buff minions and things like that. It's really difficult to have to deal with waves from this close up with this composition you've got designed. And that means Striking Vipers get to pull a little bit more off the map. 4K advantage now. Baron buff's probably going to run out before they get anything too significant. Top, maybe mid tower if they decide to put all their resources into the mid lane basket. But alternatively, it could just be this couple of outer ring towers with this 4K gold advantage.
Just trying to go ahead and get a little bit more control of the map with that. As you can see, Barrett taking a little bit of punishment. The sword mightier than the fist here, as that is going to be the mid inner tower getting dropped as well. So far 2 towers been claimed by the side of Striking Vipers with this, looking for their third in the top side, and they claim it. And now it's a siege on the inhibitor.
And Rourke is looking for the wraparound. They have vision of him. I think they pinged him out. I actually didn't see. But yeah, Rourke is definitely in vision now. They're looking for a team fight just to try to force Kim down!
He got popped immediately. He got the Glacial Fissure off, but it's not enough.
Now Rourke's in terrible
side,
position.
caught out in a terrible spot. Same thing can be said for the Lucian. Ryze gets dropped by LeBlanc, but the chains connect and LeBlanc can't continue to blink around the map. Last Dance is able to stay alive, and Cinnamon Bread, the last surviving member, gets Cataclysm, gets locked down, is sending that happy bee emote. Cinnamon Bread is looking to just try and waste as much time as possible, but an ace will come through, and now Striking Vipers turn their attention to this mid lane.
And that's going to be more than enough to put Striking Vipers within distance of just like closing this game out. That was it was actually a very valiant hold here because Rourke and Sahori will both be back up. And because of that, they don't even stay for Inhibitor, which I think is really terrible. It does open up, however, third Dragon potentially. Although they're taking backs and there's a potential for Braum. They're up 7,000 gold, don't get me wrong. Like, if it were going to flip back in their favor, right now would be the time that the Mercenaries would have to do it. It's another big team fight around this next dragon that comes up, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case, only because, again, a lot of team fighting tools just got burnt for basting, and they're going to have to walk into enemy territory being down so much gold. So, Striking Vipers just did a kill shot. Again, team fight setup for Mercenaries. They're trying to get this massive wraparound, trying to put Rourke together with everybody else. Cannot make it happen. Lose Kim down really early, and off the back of all of that, Sahori also going down was just kind of like the nail in the coffin that ended up being the end of the play altogether. That meant that there was no chance for Mercenaries. The Striking Vipers have taken so much control.
Oh, they're looking to continue forward. Rourke looks for the re-engagement after the flame misses here. It's going to take a large amount of damage for that. The World Ender pops, and now that's the signal for Crackodon to go on in, but the Culling tears apart his HP and rends it asunder. Striking Vipers are looking to re-engage the fight. Kim goes golden. Barrick in the midst of it all. ZMT will be able to pop him. Barrick taking damage as this continues on. The Haymaker comes in, gives a vital shield, but a double kill comes through. Cinnamon Bread rejoining the fight with the TP. Is looking to score in, but beautiful from Blossoms to keep him held down. The chain won't be enough. It is CMT running down Lucian in the mid lane, and that is going to be a kill grab by Cinnamon Bread at the back end of it, but an ace all the same for Striking Vipers.
I think the Dragon committed to way too heavily here from the side of Striking Vipers. If they just put everyone in the base, I think they honestly just take Inhibitor and maybe even just take the Nexus altogether. Because CMT is the only one here, they have time for Kim down, they give time to Rourke, Barrick's going to be back up. It's going to be a lot harder to try to force that, so instead they just take the Inhibitor and they take their third Dragon. A little bit slow-paced here from the Striking Vipers, but again, they are not allowing this like 5-man fight. They've got this massive advantage. They've got 3 Dragons now. They're going to be able to force when they want, when they're comfortable with a fight into the likes of the side of the Mercenaries. Feels like this one's just waiting to be wrapped up in a nice little bow from the side of the Striking Vipers, taking us into game number 3 in a 1-1.
Yeah, honestly, these Vipers are playing a little bit more like Constrictors, looking to choke out the life from Mercenaries here inside of game number 2. And it, like you said, man, it's been a bit more of a slow, methodical game plan coming out here from the side of Striking Vipers after that game 1 performance that we saw from Mercenaries. But Last Dance getting a little bit too cocky, needs to grab a hold of that lander, but beautiful interruption. And this is the opening Mercenaries needed.
That it is. They're able to find a shutdown. That is also for Barrick, which, again, he's able to use gold types very effectively. Of course, this gets responded to pretty much immediately. Although Rourke's around, maybe they can look for a re-engagement.
They're looking for it. Shirelius had to be popped there. The lantern got tossed in a really bad spot. Enemy Girl can't jump onto it. Takes so much damage. It's chunked down to under half HP. Mercenaries find a couple advantages for themselves back to back. This could be them looking for the Baron play. It looks like it's going to get started up.
It could. They're going to try to force here with this numbers disadvantage that is held by the side of Striking Vipers. They want to look for a flank with Rourke and Barrick right now. They're able to find the W, but that's not going to have anything. Rourke's still taking the Baron. They're so low now, though.
The Baron so hard.
So long.
They're going to be able to just wrap this up. Put a bow onto it. Striking Vipers will tear your HP bars down. And that is the wind going over to Striking Vipers. There's just a LeBlanc left to defend. Is on the retreat path. This is the game going over the Striking Vipers.
That it is. All on the back again. Early pressure from Krakedon combined with a bunch of lanes that actually went pretty well for themselves when they could have very easily been turned the opposite direction. Mercenaries tried to match that early pressure, but that fighting that came through from Striking Vipers a number of times, especially in that top lane, being able to set up Anime Girl into a much better lane state than what we saw in the previous one. Fate's changed a little bit here from the side of the Striking Vipers.
Pieces came together just like Striking Vipers are used to here. They get another kill with the Pad ZMT's KDA on the rise. And here we are. We are going into a series. It's tied 1-1 here, Rebel.
And it is. Really well played from Striking Vipers. They were able to have a composition that looks better. They looked a lot more comfortable both inside of team fights and inside of just like skirmishing in general. And obviously one of the biggest things is Krakedon had so much more of an impact in that game. It felt very, very powerful in the likes of the Jarvan. So now, things come into the favor of Mercenaries. They say, okay, now we get a chance on side selection. We get a chance to make the adaptation. Striking Vipers, they showed their fangs a little bit in that one.
Yeah, they bared their fangs and they took a chunk out of these Mercenaries. I have to see what the answer will be as we go into game number 3 of this best of 5. With that being said, we are going to throw it over to a break. When we come back, our analyst desk is going to break everything down and get us ready as game 3 is upon us. So ladies and gentlemen, don't touch that browser.
So we come to the culmination of yet again what I asked last time, which was simply just this. I wanted to see a series, and I'm very, very happy that we are indeed seeing it. Welcome back to this, ladies and gentlemen. Striking Vipers come out, you could say, striking in game number 2 and taking every advantage and jab that they could at Mercenaries. I was waiting for a boo, and I'm very happy I didn't get one. Thank you.
Were you making a joke?
I said how the Striking Vipers came out striking in this game, and they took every jab at the Mercenaries.
That doesn't even deserve a boo.
Wow, that hurts more, I think. Honestly.
That was the goal.
So moving on, Kitsuo, you have analysis on the entire game that we saw. Y'all go ahead and give me that while I just cry a little bit in the corner.
So I think Striking Vipers did turn around the draft in this game. So instead of using they had an answer ready for that set. Like Barrick popped off so hard in the first game, and he did really well on that first game. But in the second game, they were able to counteract set with the counter pick in Aatrox, and as well as they utilized a counter pick to that LeBlanc in the Rise. And I'm really, really glad that they matched the jungle aggression pick that of the Xin Zhao with Jarvan, because that's the only way that or Mercenaries, I should say, would be able to do anything in that game, is if they're able to enable this LeBlanc. But it didn't seem like they were able to do that, just like Striking Vipers were unable to do that in the first game.
Yeah, it's tough to do when you put priority on that LeBlanc pick when the champion like rises up, because you look at ZMT, like you highlighted him when we were going into this series. Katsuo, you're talking, he's a good player, and it really shows, especially when you give him a counter matchup. He runs train over the enemy opponent, even if it is someone like Cinnamon Bread. And we've seen Cinnamon Bread do well in LeBlanc in the past, but here it just wasn't his game to play. And that's the tough thing too. We wanted to see that aggressive mid-jungle duo, but when you're pretty hard countered mid, it's a lot harder for you to get priority and actually try to move to other lanes and make plays across the map here. And when you have a bot lane like Lucian and Braum playing into Tavares Thresh, your early game is so-so. And it seems like, although I was curious about the new Lucian and how he looks back in the bottom lane, the DPS wasn't quite what I was hoping to, especially with the Aatrox like you were talking about.
Yeah, touching briefly on that mid jungle 2v2, they were able to find that early kill on ZMT with the LeBlanc and the Xin Zhao, but it just wasn't enough. Like LeBlanc still didn't feel like she was really rolling, and it didn't really feel like LeBlanc was really able to utilize her mobility to move to side lanes.
Yeah, and it's tough too, because a lot of those kills went over to the Xin Zhao, and I mean, getting early kills is cool, but LeBlanc's that kind of champion where she wants those kills. She wants and needs that gold before she can actually take over a game. And because all the kills did end up getting offloaded onto Rourke, he could only do so much. It certainly took him a long time to die, but he was the only one dying.
So it seems as though right now, like you both mentioned, the LeBlanc pick number 1 not working out for anybody at all, right? It just seems like on both sides of the coin hasn't been the best, because neither jungler has been able to give the pick priority. So I propose that, hey, I just don't play LeBlanc. I think there are better options out there, especially into a Rise. It's becomes very, very tough. And like we mentioned as well, Kitsuo, the Aatrox pick and just the overall draft for the side of Striking Vipers was extremely strong. It also had good side lane pressure, and just nothing could really spawn to the top side. And playing set into Aatrox is genuinely miserable when you have no jungle support. But luckily that we saw the set did this time, so shout out to him, right? It's looking forward to game number 3. I am excited to see what changes we can see out of either side. Generally, though, I am still very, very happy with the performance of both these teams, and I cannot wait to see if we manage to see another level topped on 1, because the Baron play as well for Striking Vipers really showed that they had the advantage and they knew how to push it every second of the way, but Mercenaries were right there on their tail. So right now, with Travesty and Rebel Fox standing right by on the casting desk, Travi, I'll ask you, if Rebel could be better in 5 different ways, how would he be better? Go.
I don't know if that's possible. I mean, can you look at Rebel here? Like, hold on, let's take a moment just to look. See him? Perfectly chiseled jaw here. He's got the swagger out right now. His
None.
hair, flawless.
Nope.
Beard, perfect.
Useless.
Eyes, dreamy. Come
That's
on.
right.
Come on, I can't tell a lie, or else my nose will get a little bit longer. That being said, we're going into game number 3 here, and that's not a lie either there, as we are seeing what is going to be an exciting series so far. 1-1. Both these teams have traded blows back and forth, and I'm excited to see what the adaptation is going to be here going into game number 3.
I wonder if these teams have been LeBlanc, because it's been bad for both teams. It's not that either one of them has been particularly horrible. It's not like the LeBlancs themselves are bad, but again, making this champion work inside of team play is really difficult to do when you're not fully coordinated top to bottom. And these teams, of course, like they're great teams, don't get me wrong. But again, coordination and trying to make a LeBlanc work takes a ton. And so I think both these squads would be probably better off just like kind of ditching and going into something else. We have plenty of champions for both of these mid laners. Their pools are perfectly fine without the LeBlanc. I kind of want to see what it looks like in a post LeBlanc society here.
I'm curious too, because it's kind of the idea of like a champion gets out for a bit of time and everybody's stuck playing that one champion. So when that happens, everybody's like, yo, wait, I don't want to play LeBlanc anymore. What counted Aurelia? What counted Rise? All right, yo, hold on. I'm going to put some time in on these champions, you know? So the counterplay is here. And I'm like you. Do you continue to put yourself in the 0% win rate LeBlanc here inside of this series so far, or do you decide that you want to go for a whole new matchup? The answer will be here, as we do see Striking Vipers for the first time in the series on the blue side.
All right, we have things to consider when it comes to the draft now. One of the biggest ones is Viego. Viego is one of the bigger champions for both ZMT and Cinnamon Bread, and while it's still not the that it was back in the day, it's possible those two champions kind of bounce up in priority. You also think about, like, what does the side of the Mercenaries actually consider to be really good? Only because now, I mean, you're not probably, like, I think both teams need to reevaluate what it is that the LeBlanc is going to be able to do for them. Which should open up some other things. Biggest thing is, I think counterpick for Barrack is going to be massive. That's something that I really want to see them play to very heavily. Twice in a row, we've seen Anime Girl get the preferred pick into what it is that Barrack is going to be running. And so this opens up finally what it is that Barrack, who's actually been doing very well in the set, potentially likes into what Anime Girl is going to run.
Interesting enough, by the way, they do ban away the Thresh. Striking Vipers do this. They first picked it last time when they were over onto the red side when it came over their way. So they're definitely saying they don't want priority on it, but they don't want to give it away.
They don't want to pick it first overall. Blossoms was great on it, which I think is very good. But again, taking it at B1, sacrificing champions that like otherwise very tough. One of the big ones would have been Viego, because like if you leave up Thresh with the intention of taking him, and you leave up Viego, or like Viego is left until the final ban, you either have to ban Viego on the side of Striking Vipers, which is just mind control from the side of Mercenaries, or you don't, you leave it up, you first pick Thresh, and then you give up Viego, which is just not a goal you want to do here. So props to them taking that one out. I actually really don't love the TK ban's fine. The set ban here I don't love, only because it's unlikely Set's just going to be completely blinded by Barrack inside of this series, or at least on the red side here. I think that they're going to try to give him counterpick, and so this is Striking Viper saying, okay, maybe they don't anticipate that. Maybe they anticipate Cinnamon Bread instead getting the guaranteed counterpick.
Yeah, who knows? It could still be. We'll have to see. The strings are attached right now from the side of Mercenaries, trying to play with the marionettes, but we do see a Ziggs ban for the first time inside of this series. And now, first pick, Striking Vipers. What are you firing off on? There's a couple of jungles around, but it's Aurelia that they want.
ZMT probably wants his hands on this champion as much as possible, just because it's very strong. It's also more workable for Anime Girl, so again, it is a bit flexible, although mid lane seems to be the pretty much only position that we see Aurelia in pretty much at all anymore for the most part. So there is that to consider as well. As now, again, there's plenty of picks that are left available. Varus is one that could potentially be taken off the board. Zhao is another one. Lee Sin is another one. Seeing the likes of the Aurelia that have been taken, I'm not shocked to see just immediately Rourke go towards his Lee Sin. Now it's a question of, I think you take what you want into Aurelia in the mid lane. That way you just like have this powerful mid jungle duo that you're anticipating.
Interesting thing though, by the way, is with them doing a Ziggs ban instead, Trundle's left open for the first time in this series.
True.
In favor of Striking Vipers, and it's been banned against them all the time so far, so see if that might get locked in as Varus jumped onto by the side of Mercenaries.
And it's been interesting because Trundle, when the Trundle gets banned away, my expectation is that you're going to be going for Lee Sin. 2 games in a row, or my apologies, the Mercenaries banned it, and then just immediately didn't take it. And I was like, okay, well then what is the point of banning the Trundle in that particular case? Here, it is banned away. If they want to go solo lane Lee Sin, they absolutely can. In that case, they could grab the Trundle into the likes of the Sejuani, because that does give you the counter pick that you've been waiting for in the jungle position. But again, it does sacrifice either Cinnamon Bread or Barrack if you're comfortable taking that. No way do they double dip.
They
No
might. They do
way.
it. They do it so easily.
No
just
way.
Like that.
Oh, they really did it. They really did. They said, okay, no flexing Lee Sin for you. We're just going to take the Trundle ourselves. And now, I mean, it could be a top lane pick because it's been powerful in the top lane. It could also be support, more likely support than top lane. I've seen it a lot more in that position. That is all. I don't think that's getting locked in.
It's just
I mean,
with
I'd
my
love to
heart.
see it
There's
locked
no
in.
way. As that's a Seraphine
That I like a lot
locked
more.
in. So that makes a lot more sense in the matchup.
You consider distance that like you have in terms of effective range with a Varus. That's pretty much matched from a Seraphine. You've got insane team fighting. You got what is very good counter engage with like your W being able to heal everybody a very good amount, your ultimate being able to be good counter engage into a Sejuani, and 3 melee characters on the side of Striking Vipers. Bodes very well for a composition that likes to hang very far back, likes to play a bit more poke. And that's kind of what we have here on the side of what the Mercenaries are running. They've got this Lee Sin for disengage in case, whether the Trundle, the Aurelia, or the Sejuani actually get on top of your carries from that far back. But so far, they really are playing like kind of a distance game right now.
The scariest thing for me personally, though, I'm looking at this composition. I want to see what Mercenaries get because Trundle Pillar is a fantastic ability, and immobile carries are literally sentenced to death with that pillar. If it gets put inside of a fight, this Varus is going to have a hard time finding the right spots to be in. So I'm keeping my eyes peeled to see exactly what Mercenaries wants because I feel like they have to have a reliable carry to go along with it in some way.
They will. Yeah, they need something very powerful out of the bottom lane, and especially with Aurelia right now in their lineup. If they're running AP, they could still do it in mid lane if they want Aurelia to go up the top side. If it is Trundle top, it's really difficult to force AP into this composition unless you go for an AP bot lane, which is something that has to be considered now, at least a little bit, only because of the fact that like you've got triple AD, and at least 2 of those are going into your top side. I guess Sejuani's more AP, but like really she doesn't build damage at all, so you're not worried about that in the first place. And another flexible kind of Gragas here, again, potentially even going to Rourke now, just because again we're still not sold on the Lee Sin being in position, but it went to Kim down last time. Still playing with shenanigans right now are the Mercenaries with what they're doing with their composition. They have a lot of team fight potential with what they've drafted so far, but I like that Striking Vipers are sticking with their guns. They have a lot of melee. They're going to double down on team fight with the likes of the Orianna and the Aphelios. Big burst between the combination of those two, and it is going to lock in both Aurelia top lane and Trundle support. This would do similar things, but we don't see Annie that often, so it would be kind of cool.
Okay, hold on. That's a Vladimir at the very last moment there.
Still flexible between the top and the mid lane, at least a little bit. I see a lot more top Vladimir than mid Vladimir, at least these days, although I've seen it creep back more into the mid lane. And now it's like Striking Viper saying, okay, we'll just take whatever matchup is preferential here between the 2 of them. But it's another one of these champions like Orianna or like Annie, where like you've got this big kind of like wombo combo with everything else. The difference is those have CC and a lot of burst damage. This is a lot more damage ramping for the Aphelios, and then like sustained fighting, which is really difficult to deal with on the side of Mercenaries. So they grab Aatrox. They say, okay, we want sustained fighting. You're going to get sustained fighting, and it's not going to be fun for you, that's for sure.
Yeah, both these teams kind of having that opt-in, but one team having a little bit more tankiness to kind of go along with these sustained fights. Well, on the other side, there's heals and peels for days, man. You got some people, they stand in for Seraphine right now from the side of Mercenaries, because it's going to be on the Seraphine to really keep them healthy, and it's going to be interesting seeing Cinnamon Bread playing this Seraphine, seeing what they'll be able to pilot, because they played carries 2 games in a row now, so Seraphine is looking a little bit. Wait a second, it's a mid Lee Sin here, actually.
That's right. Yeah, I figured that this was a possibility, at least the flexibility between the two couple positions, just trying to get what it is that Brave prefer. You think about Trundle's going into the bot lane, so you don't want to put anything melee into bot side. That includes
Mhm.
Gragas. And so they put Seraphine down there, and it's like, okay, now Trundle's laning phase is just ruined. Like, what do you do with Trundle inside of the laning phase against an Enchanter? The answer is nothing. You do nothing.
Mhm.
You roam. You hope to God that that pillar is going to be impactful somewhere else on the map because you're not going to find any use for it in the bottom side, at least not most of the time. Kind of without presence from another champion or at least two more champions, something like that. Especially with the early game of Aphelios, it's just not that much to really capitalize on. So honestly, it's a bit more protection than anything, and then set up for ganks if they want to. It's a lot more attacking on the top side of the map, trying to set up something. But now they've also got two lanes where it's like bot lane should be at a range and wave clear disadvantage, and Vladimir has no CC to set up for a jungler, which means it's not exactly the composition that I would call easy to manage in the early game, which goes against what Striking Vipers has done at least the last two games in a row. First game didn't work out for them, but they did have some early play. Last game, they kind of snowballed their early play, but that really doesn't feel like the comp they're going for right now.
I feel like it's a lot on the Aurelia, right? Wherever the Aurelia is, I'm expecting a bullseye for the Sejuani to go to at this current moment in time, because that's just where we're expecting it, where we're expecting to see this action come out, and really where you would probably see as the biggest advantage they could probably go for.
I think this is also honestly one of the first, if not the first, early game that we've seen with the mid jungle duo. I think being more powerful from the side of Striking Vipers. Not to say that Gragas Lee Sin can't put some work in, but I do not expect that to accomplish too much in terms of a 2-2 up against the likes of a very tanky Brackedon, as well as the likes of the Aurelia. When you pair those two together, it's very mean. This is the same invade that they do on bottom side usually for both teams, except they do it to top side, which means that they're gonna mess somebody up.
Yeah, and they got vision that nobody else is right there right now. The Vladimir is just dancing at the entrance, only sees Barret. So here we go, invade coming through. Could possibly look for the catch, but won't tag Anime Girl with that. And everything will be just fine.
They have guaranteed that at least 3 champions are on top side. They are not willing to go for anything aggressive yet on bottom side. If Aphelios were to blind walk in and Lee Sin and Kim Down, or my apologies, and Rourke and Kim Down were just kind of sitting there waiting for him, or Cinnamon Bread and Kim Down were sitting there waiting for him, could have been really bad. Our observers get a little bit distracted here.
I understand Aurelia is easy to get distracted by. If there's
Yes.
a champion you would want to be distracted by, I'm guessing that would be exactly the preferred one there. As ZMT looking to give us a show onto it and see if ZMT and Krakenon can, show Cinnamon Bread and Rourke how it's done after game number 1, having a very commanding time on that Aurelia Sejuani combo.
Just turn this into a zoomed in Aurelia stream. Just watch really individually every auto attack that comes out from ZMT, so we could really study the micro
animation,
play.
every
Animation,
frame.
every frame by frame analysis, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
I'm a frame by frame caster now.
Frame by frame, that's the third type. There's play by play color and the very legendary frame by frame.
I can see all 60 FPS as ZMT is having some drop for him there. Ignite being burned, ZMT getting dropped critically low.
Yeah, difficult in the early game. Aurelia is very powerful from melee into a number of champions. Two of the ways that you're able to do that is, again, resetting your Q with your E, because your E is damage, and it also resets Q to give you an additional timer, like what you just saw. Problem is, against the likes of Lee Sin, not only is his early melee prowess, very strong because of not only, auto resets, but also the ability to ramp his attack speed. He has, Omni-Wave. He has all these things that melee champions covet ridiculously in the early game, but also that W, being able to hop away from the E, makes it so simple to just break ZMT's combos pretty much no matter what. So Cinnamon Bread burns the early Ignite, isn't able to convert it into a kill quite yet, but certainly has the ZMT stuck underneath the tower. Can't really have that interaction with the Sejuani the way that you would want to.
And talking about Ignite, I do want to... Oh, wait. ZMT. Okay. Cinnamon Bread. I was getting flashbacks to game number 1 with the tower dive, man, and that was not a good time for ZMT. But I did... Oh. Okay, not going for it. Okay. Anime Girl Summoners, man. Ghost Ignite over in the top side on this Vladimir.
I see the intention behind at least the Ignite and no Flash, which is the same reasoning why like you'll see like Ignite TP on like a Gwen who has more than enough safety with like the E that's constantly coming through. Same concept where it's like really easy to not die as Vladimir if you're like just positioning properly and your W is up. That's never really going to cost you that hard to be able to do those kinds of things. Interesting play from ZMT. He TP's back in underneath the tower.
He got it! First blood! He'll have to pay the price! No, Rourke can't finish it off. He's just a wee Gragas, as Crackadown was also there to be his reinforcements. And this is going to be Crackadown getting that scuttle in the bot side, and a good first blood for ZMT.
Yes, it will. Well played by ZMT, responding. That first game, we like Cinnamon Bread going under tower, getting that kill up against the LeBlanc was really impressive, and we had high hopes for it. This game, obviously, like I said, Lee Sin had the early advantage off the back of that Ignite and into that early trading. The TP from ZMT with that bonus move speed and the early damage that can be output by this Aurelia made it so easy to just turn on a Cinnamon Bread who just didn't have the health to respond to anything the Aurelia could bring at that point. So nice little just kind of movement play from ZMT. Found a back, found a TP, and was able to punish.
And we've actually seen this quite a few times in the series. A TP that leads into a kill immediately, and both these teams making sure to put some respect on the name. Anime Girl taking a lot of damage.
Wow.
Need to pay a little bit of respect to Barrick here, as now Barrick knows his way around with this giant sword.
Yeah, so as Vladimir, believe it or not, I actually think that W was the wrong choice. You can easily follow that up with a flash or something from Barrick, but I don't think it would have dropped his health that far. The big reason why that W I think was a waste is like if you use it at the beginning, you dodge that whole combo, right? Like you dodge both Qs and you dodge the W that hits you in the entire process of the game. I'm gonna stall here because ZMT wants some more smoke against Cinnamon Bread.
I think he's getting it. ZMT says anything you can do, I can do better, Cinnamon Bread, as ZMT finds himself another solo kill.
Balanced champion, by the way. Nerf Aurelion Soul, by the way.
Nerf Aurelion Soul.
Nerf Aurelion Soul, please. Thank you. He's literally just auto-attacking this Lee Sin to death. If the W is used improperly, again, I didn't get to see exactly what happened in the lane state there.
This is just egregious from ZMT. He's just jumping onto Rourke here in between two towers. Blossom's to keep him safe, but will he be able to keep him safe for long? The Vanguard's edge coming in, and Sauce as well to make sure no funny business comes about. Beautiful flash from Blossom to dodge out on that body slam. A little bit greedy there from ZMT.
Nice little movement. Yeah, ZMT goes a little too far, just trying to put pressure into a level 4 Gragas, which, in fairness, you see a level 4 Gragas as a level 6 Aurelia with your whole health bar. You're at least considering the possibility of taking that fight, just because it's unlikely the Gragas is going to beat you. In this particular case, had the reinforcement from both Kim Down and Cinnamon Bread off the back, and so they're able to find this response to shut down ZMT underneath that bottom tower. Even better, the kill actually goes on to Gragas, which I think is preferential to the Lee Sin, not because of Cinnamon Bread's prowess, but instead because, of course, you have only AP damage on your Gragas and on your Seraphine. This is also going to help with some of the early play. Very nice E from Kim Down. Kind of denies Last Dance the ability to stand there. Has to force the flash backwards. Now Aphelios going to be in some pretty bad situations.
Last Dance has been on these blue suede shoes. Has been showing why he has Dance in the name. Has had the moves. So good catch out on Kim Down, and this is somebody I personally want to watch. Actually, Kim Down has been a player that has been the engagement for the side of Mercenaries. Got that encore in the back pocket once they hit 6. I want to see exactly what that spells out for the side of Mercenaries. Is Kim Down has been this primary engage, that go button for them.
For the entirety of the series, has actually been pretty good about that kind of thing. Especially last game, we talked about Braum trying to do a bunch of that heavy lifting. It's not the easiest because the champion's not really designed to be your primary engage, but we can respect the attempt at least. But in this one, has a lot more of that capability with the encore, either as an engage or a counter engage. So you can give that respect over to the likes of Kim Down, who, again, with this laning phase being pretty decently free, should be able to scale up on the Seraphine relatively well. Makes this team fighting a lot easier, gives a bunch more range to your composition, and actually helps support very heavily for Barrick and Lee Sin, who are both in kind of a mid-fight type positioning most of the time, where they're like in the face of these frontliners, be it Crackadown or ZMT, and so that support's going to be invaluable. Oh my goodness.
Bread. Throw away the key. He is gone. Rourke's here to try and see if he can help out. Has an explosive cast. Kim Down's here as well. Kim Down is getting caught out by Crackadown. Explosive cast will put
My
CMT in a coffin as he was over inside of his jungle.
All right, who is the more egregious action here? ZMT for playing the Aurelia or Krakodon for supporting the Aurelia play? Because, like, listen, I understand the wanton regard to try to play champions that are very strong. There's nothing wrong with that. Abusing a champion that's overloaded at Aurelia, I don't have blame for. Supporting that champion? How dare you, Krakodon? That's just unacceptable. How dare you use this power of their mid-jungle duo in the early game the way we had predicted so many minutes ago? Yeah, it's like putting that combination together, it's ridiculously neat. In the first game, we didn't get to see a ton of it between Cinnamon Bread and Rourke, but in this one, they're trying to put it on display pretty quickly here. ZMT already on 2 kills with the Sid 20 having one as well. Oh, wow.
That's a straight up solo kill as easy as could be. Cinnamon Bread looking for vengeance. The puddle is not there. And Anime Girl is going to find herself just hanging around. Beautiful. But Rourke will be there to seal the deal. And Rourke gets another kill secured.
Call this man the janitor because you just like literally coming in at the last second to sweep up kills under his own. Oh, okay.
Yep, yeah, trying to line things up, trying things around, looking for a play, possibly on the last dance. Sorry, will be able to find a kid down, will get dropped as a result here, as Krakodon is looking for Saori, will be able to find them, did get the turnaround for themselves, but it's still going to be a double kill for the Sejuani.
Notice, again, we talked about earlier, this lane has been effectively free for Sahori and Kim Down to just sit in, and this is the punishment. You see the play comes on the top side. Rourke and Cinnamon Bread both kind of exist in this top side to try to punish the Vladimir, who had just gotten the solo kill against Barrick, and the immediate response to bottom side, there's no pullback from Sahori and Kim Down. They have this range in this wave clear, and they're like, okay, we gotta use this to our advantage. We gotta push this under tower, and that's the punishment. Krakodon is able to join up with Blossoms, melee champion with double CC, and the Pillar makes it so hard for the immobile combination of both the Seraphine and the Varus to get out, so they just commit for at least a 1-for-1. Afterwards, again, if Trundle stays around close enough, maybe there's a chance Sahori can trade 2 for 2 after all, but the ultimate had been popped by Blossoms. There wasn't enough damage, like he's just too tanky, and now... Okay.
It's top lane, man. It's 3 people. It's an exhaust. Anime Girl just trying to buy some time. The TP will come through. Kim Down had to take so much of that tower. Explosive cast laid out a good amount of damage. Is going to be able to secure a kill, but at what cost here? As it is ZMT here, ready to beat the Cavalry, but just a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day.
4 members pulled up to the top side here from the side of the Mercenaries, and it ends up just being the 1-for-1. Unfortunately, Barrick isn't able to hit the second round of Q, and because of that, it was really good positioning, very safe from Anime Girl. It's difficult to get to him that far back behind his tower, especially with W available, but Barrick not being able to hit that, kind of just like the play was shot at that point, and that's what allowed for ZMT to get up there so quickly and punish. As you saw, it's ZMT who's continuing to put aggression at the top side, trying to find a kill against Cinnamon Bread. He barely snuck out, and now wants to proxy and get ahead of the towers to put more pressure in. Blossoms!
He's looking for ZMT!
What are you doing, ZMT?
No, it's not
too far, ZMT, too far!
He's unhinged, but he will find the door slammed shut in his face. And ZMT gets a little bit too greedy and finds out that's an equation for feeding. It is ZMT. Wait, ZMT got the cracks in the back.
You've got to be kidding! Of all the people, too, like, it had to be the Aurelia who pulls that kill, right? Like, the entire time, it's just like, okay, we've denied the Aurelia any additional kills. We prevent the tower dive from coming through. We get the kill. We can maybe look for aggression. The Krug's getting hit by the edge of the Sejuani ultimate killed Kim Down, and the only person who had tagged Kim Down was Aurelia, and it ends up being the 1-for-1. The most elongated 1-for-1 in maybe everything I've ever seen in League of Legends for the last couple of years. That's insane.
That was something else, dude. So I'm trying to just regain my composure out of that. Oh man, Krugs was the ally all along. ZMT coming in here looking for
you got nothing, ZMT, not this time.
ZMT, do you not remember the equation? He does. He brought back up this time. He's got Krakodon, he's got Anime Girl. Rourke's gonna get eviscerated on the side, gets the shutdown to Anime Girl, and ZMT will handle Barrick as they take him out. 2 kills on the top side.
We've had this discussion, Krakodon and Anime Girl. It's okay to play the Aurelia, it's not okay to support the Aurelia, alright? It's not fair to give additional resources. This is like playing for a Tryndamere in the early game. It's not okay. No one likes you. You're not popular. It's just not going to happen. Putting together the strong parts of your map is not an okay thing to do for those of us out here who are observing. Only for you inside of the game where you're trying to win and do things well. The punishment was there. the cinnamon breads if you go down too. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
Cinnamon Bread is gone as well. Gets caught out of position. Cinnamon Bread not having a great game here. Neither is Barrick, and it's really solo lane suffering with these champions that could be very volatile or just putting in the work.
They're banking on a lot of scaling to come out from their bottom lane on the side of the Mercenaries. Aatrox also scales excruciatingly well, do not get me wrong. This champion's very good. ZMT unfairly gets out from tower, balanced champion by the way, able to get away from like 2 Qs and a W from Barrick, who was on the Aatrox. But of course, again, striking Vipers, they've never really been like focusing on the bottom side. That play has been more for Sahori and Kim down, which is why Rourke has suddenly like appeared on bottom side, because they can try to convert this to come out here. Okay.
They're laying out some damage. Beautiful Moonlight Vigil. They got a lot of damage on the Kim down. I mean, Rourke hasn't really been able to make too much use of the zoomies right yet, right? He's got the Predator, but he hasn't been able to zoom into any of these lanes as he likes.
Not too much. He's been able to find a couple of plays, which is why you got the 4 kills and you have a couple of others like in the back pockets of some of these players. But again, the difficulty has been there just for the Mercenaries to compete with what has come about from like the Aurelia and the Sejuani combination. And even worse, like they've also given quite a bit over to the likes of the Vladimir. The Vladimir feels absolutely perfect going into the later stages of the game, already rocking Sword Shoes and the Rocket Belt, which is really hard to try to deal with here for the side of the Mercenaries. As that scaling, it continues to come through. Aurelia and Vladimir, both very good team fighting later game champions that are going to be accelerated. Now Cinnamon Bread just trying to fight up against this Vladimir.
I don't think there's any fighting about it there. Cinnamon Bread, that was a one-sided affair. Thankfully was able to kick away Anime Girl before they got to put out their finishing move. As we do see Crocodile going in deep here. Is it going to absolutely drop here? You've seen him trying to do it. He's just so tanky. He's able to stay alive for so long. The shutdown finally comes through. Barrick's able to join the fight as well. The World Ender is there. 1 for 1, make it 2 for 1. Dragon now could be the prize to be snagged away in favor of Mercenaries, but they're in hot pursuit of Last Dance.
Problem is there's still quite a bit on the map here. ZMT doesn't have TP. Thankfully, Cinnamon Bread's going to be able to catch that. I think they should go to Dragon, and they should just fight for that immediately, because it does give them something back on this map outside of the couple of kills that they traded right there for the 1, which was, of course, like the jungler that they had lost. So, obviously, like, her Crocodon, like, only just now respawning would have opened them up to, like, at least a 50-50, but because they had control on bottom side. ZMT, man, he just does
Wait, Cinnamon Bread stole it!
Oh, never mind. Okay, you're bad.
That's a victory!
Bad champ. A bad champ needs buffs. Nerf Aurelion Soul, that's what I have to say. Batch knows. Anyway, back to this discussion. Again, they're a little late on this dragon because now all of a sudden Crocodon has come back. They waited for Rourke. Maybe they're trying to fish for a fight. Barrick feels really strong right now, but they've waited for ZMT's people to come through.
They were able to get it for themselves as Blossom's looking for it. Glacial Prison hits at max range, the Vanguard's edge. You can dance on the edge of this here. That's a kill as the stand goes down.
Tragic.
They get another as Mercenaries are falling 1 by 1. Barrick is next up. And that is a triple kill for the Sejuani as ZMT barely able to survive. Do you want to say the words again, Rebel? Is this a fair and balanced champion?
Nerf Aurelion Soul, that's what I said. It doesn't matter. That was insane. Being able to capitalize on that fight. Again, I think the Mercenaries were the ones that kind of wanted that in the first place. Otherwise, they would have convinced that later. Sahori's just going to die too. This is miserable, man. Striking Vipers. They go for a little bit more of a later game composition. They make this Aurelia work very quickly in the game. And all of a sudden, Crocodon, after the 10-minute mark, has just been everywhere on this map. Just making impacts as much as possible. Even worse, giving gold over to the Vladimir. Now, he's able to pretty much do as he wants. Their Lee Sin was shut out early, and that means that he fell behind the curve very quickly for the side of Cinnamon Bread. Their Aatrox is very strong, but, like, still needs time and is behind the curve now as well. Rourke is the only one who's really ahead of the curve here for the side of the Merc, but the Gragas and the AP, like Everfrost Gragas, is probably not going to be able to help save them, barring a really miraculous team fight.
Yo, the Zoomies, the explosive cast, only able to connect onto Blossoms, but that's the person they'll be able to take down. The Last Dance lane is damage. Encore not going to be able to connect with that Moonlight Vigil is going the wrong way. Double kill will be what you have to pay. Rourke gets that for himself.
Couple of times now also I've seen that just like Rourke ends up with a kill. If these 7 kills were on Aatrox or Lee Sin, I feel like this early game would be going a lot differently. But that's not the case. They engage really aggressively here.
They're trying to see what else they can do be able to do. Anime Girl does not have the ultimate of, yet again,
Okay.
they cannot turn to Titans just yet. The HP is coming back. Anime Girl looking to follow up with ZMT as they know one direction, and that's forward.
Man, ZMT is ballsy, I'll give him that. That's for sure inside of this game. Right there was the reinforcement. Krakedon and Anime Girl were just out of their minds and they thought they could contest 2v4 into that mid tower. It just was never going to happen. Even if the tower were high health, it was just never going to happen. Thankfully, they had Aurelia be able to actually come in and help support from the top side. So thankfully that helps buying them time. It also pushes back Mercenaries as they were afraid of the re-engagement coming back off of the back of some of the plays that they had made previously where a lot of their resources were burnt. So they back off and that opens up top side for Rift Herald take. And ZMT consistently just keeps pushing. So this is another way to get gold further ahead inside of this game.
Man, this is just right now. Striking Vipers, you said it at the end of game 2. The fangs are out. Man, I don't think they got out of the flesh of these mercenaries here, as Striking Vipers have been striking over and over. It has been an absolute flurry of blows here. As they are going to see a 2v1 in the bot side. Vladimir is just fighting Gragas and Aatrox here, going into the pool. World Ender pop, looking for the Hemoplague, and Anime Girl gets shut down.
Rourke had better spend all this money he's getting on some, like, hella AP right now, because, like, he is picking up literally every kill for the Mercenary. Again, if 4 of those kills go on to this Aatrox is so hard to deal with. You saw how well he fought against the Aurelia when Aurelia had 4 kills and he was down, like, 1 in 3 with just, like, the Gore Drinker. He almost won that one-on-one. It took the ultimate and a couple of, like, other things after having already fought for the tower, like, for the Aatrox to even come close. And he was like 4 kills ahead. Maybe this game looks a lot different. So Rourke has to put a bunch of this team on his back right now. He's been capable of turning quite a bit around for the last couple of minutes, but that's without ZMT having too much impact on the map.
Oh,
again,
Bread just able to get out of range. ZMT has to retreat. Rourke is
so
on
fast,
bodyguard duty right now. He's going wherever the carries are, just trying to negate whatever damage they could do.
Now, just infringement into topside. The vision's down for the side of Striking Vipers. They get to see Rift Herald respond as well. I was curious if they were going to try to force for a Baron here because they have, at least one ability to look for that. Cinnamon Bread, can he stop it? I don't think he can. I think Charge's going to go through on the tower. It's not going to get anything. They're starting up Baron. I think this is a fight for a bait for a fight more than it is anything else. But I'm a little terrified of putting everybody in a pit where Gragas' damage can be focused.
There's the catch there. They find themselves an idol. A rampage. Kills going left and right. The Striking Vipers, they are taking them and tearing the side of these mercenaries apart. Krakedon continues to go forward. The rest of the team slow to catch up. And it will be Mercenaries successfully taking out the jungle of Striking Vipers.
2 for 1 here. Able to bring down Krakedon with Rourke still available. Denies the Baron take, which I think ultimately was the plan from the side of the Mercenaries. They wanted that prevented. They were also really close. That fight got really scrappy there at the beginning, and things could have gone very, very awry for the side of Striking Vipers if 5 members were there. It was only 3 that started there for the side of the Mercenaries, and that slowed down the pacing really heavily. Now Rourke actually gets out to Dragon fast enough for Anime Girl and Blossoms to be shoved off. If they take this Dragon, this game goes really, really long. This game goes to minimum 32 minutes before Dragon gets taken, and given though it's Striking Vipers, they have to try to compete. If they snag this is huge.
Possibly. They're looking for it. Condemned had the Ignite put on to him. It was stolen. Mercenaries were able to grab the Dragon with the Varus. And Cinnamon is just splitting away on the map. And Rebel, this game is chaotic.
It is. It's really close, surprisingly. Striking Vipers went from like this very powerful kind of like 8 to 15 minute mark, right? And during that time period, they were just slaughtering across the map. But now they have to break this interior ring of towers that is held from the side of Mercenaries. And they're very low range. They don't siege very well, and their Aphelios isn't strong enough yet. So they're buying time kind of for Aphelios, and in that meantime, Rourke has actually been able to convert some plays, been able to get some AP under his belt, and put some legitimate work into lifting this gold lead back. And with 2 Dragon lead, again, Striking Viper's best case scenario, 15 minutes, 38 minutes of the game. You think at 38 minutes that your Aphelios is going to be strong, you can also look across the board and say, hey, Aatrox is going to be loaded, Varus is going to be loaded, Seraphine is going to be loaded, and that team fight looks much more horrifying. So Striking Vipers have lost a little bit of the early game momentum, not just in gold, but also just the pressure they've got around the map, all off the back, again, of trying to force with this composition as best as possible. ZMT went absent for a while, side laning. I think that ended up costing this team quite a bit.
I'm right there with you, and to add on to the point that we have too about how this early game has just spiraled out. In game number 1, where we saw Mercenaries get themselves a nice little bit of a lead, and they got these dragons and stuff like that. At this point in time in the game, we were seeing the 4th dragon being taken consecutively in a row by the side of Mercenaries. This has just completely been Striking Vipers losing tempo for themselves. Blossoms completely caught out of position there.
Yeah, Aatrox and ZMT were also kind of like, they're brawling right now on the bottom side jungle between the two of them, and Barrack is not winning that like one-on-one, but that doesn't matter, because right here, if the Aurelia is not around, they can take this fight. Cinnamon Bread's trying to force it right now.
Oh, he's looking for it too. He's going to be able to get over to the side. He pushes in Anime Girl. Anime Girl in a tricky spot. Last Dance also having to fight away, fighting for his life here, as the back line is completely compromised here. Rourke is on a rampage. They are getting member after member. The Aurelia falls in the side lane. Mercenaries are online.
They just fell to pieces across the map. They held a lead for such a long time, and right there, that alone, you pick Blossom, the rest of the fight gets broken into pieces. You lose both individual fights, losing Last Dance EF to the combination of the Gragas Lee Sin, and somehow Sahori and Kimdown trading just Kimdown's life in exchange for the likes of, what was it, Anime Girl at the time? Or I think it was maybe like somebody else, like Crackdown, or somebody had been pushed out of that fight and was unnecessary. And that opens up now, especially with Barrett taking the 1v1 on the bottom side of the map for this take. It's going to have to be a steal from the likes of Krakenon just to make sure that they can grab this one away. Cinnamon Bread's going to try to kick him away.
They're trying to melt
Down.
it. They are going to be successful at doing just that. It is going to be Blossom having to pay with his life, but the cavalry has arrived. CMT looking to come in, and revenge is on the mind. Barrack, though, is looking to tango war. If you want to tango with him, that is going to be Cinnamon Bread being able to find a kill for himself. Not going to be able to connect. Only to get down. It's going to be CMT against the world as he's looking for the rest of the team to be able to join. But CMT is going to be able to find revenge, as it is a dish that he is looking to serve. That is Barrack going down, but it's still Baron to the side of Mercenaries.
Massive plays out of the side of Mercenaries to be able to turn this game completely on its head. Even if they lose mid inner tower here, that is not the most demonstrous thing that could ever happen. They have flopped this game back into their favor significantly compared to where it was just a few minutes ago alone. What a turn, too. Again, Mercenaries found, like, not one, not two, but, like, 3 advantageous fights all at once, grabbed the Baron buff, somehow lived the ensuing fight afterwards, and still are able to pull off a couple of, like, really nifty plays. And now they have really put themselves back into a position of control here inside of this game. Kimdown is starting to get into the items necessary to deny this team. Barrack being able to solo kill into ZMT was humongous, and proves the Aatrox is capable of tearing through this team if given the opportunity. And also, I mean, Sahori is now onto 3 items with that shield break from the Serpent's Fang. Everything's going their way.
And they're just catching out member after member from the side of Striking Vipers. They need to find a way to coil themselves back up, find it to where they don't have their vitals exposed, because Mercenaries, they got their sights set.
They are trying to push out mid lane. They've got this Baron buff. They're trying to compete with this dragon with it.
Oh, Glacial Presence,
Roar.
connect, Moonlight Vigil is able to hit on Kimdown and to the Dragons. Dragons goes golden. Encore is going to
Oh my goodness.
by the member. Anime Girl wasn't able to do anything, was locked down by the CC, but Aurelia is getting let loose into the battle and wasn't able to get the kill on this Is going to be able to fight him down. While this is all happening, Cinnamon Bread cannot do anything into the back line on the opposing side. This game has gotten turned right back onto its head as ZMT is looking for the triple, is going to be able to find just that. Rourke is the next target on the list, the shutdown, and Striking Vipers find themselves the ace.
ZMT gets so much space inside of that fight. It is really difficult to try to shove him off. This might just be the close of the game because there's only 15 seconds left. Okay, backing for the Ophelia is just unacceptable right there. There's nothing to be done. So they're just fooling me with that one. Inhibitor goes down. Sahori's up in 10 seconds. They have the ability to die very easily with the 4 members they have remaining, but it looks like they're going to pull off. They're just going to take their Inhibitor and leave. Dragon is also available. If they turn for that, they run the risk of at least being engaged on, especially without Anime Girl being able to show up to that fight, but it seems like they're comfortable with the timers that have been set here. Another flip back and forth. of one fight from the side of Striking Vipers with ZMT ripping through that back line, and another turn of the goal lead here inside of the game, Mr. Travis.
This game, nobody knows which way this game is going to go. These players are fighting tooth and nail, and both these teams are so evenly matched. They are going bout for bout, blow for blow here between the two of them. And I'll be honest, I thought this was going to be Striking Viper snowballing this game, but all of a sudden it's just been a back and forth affair.
It has been. It's been insane to watch the way that, like, team fights are flopping back and forth. The biggest thing that you have to watch for in that last fight, Striking Vipers had 3 ultimates that all hit multiple members on the backline, and this bought a ton of space for Sahori to get engaged on by the likes of ZMT. One of the biggest things I also want to see is Barrick needs to match that. Barrick has got to be on the opposite side. He's got to be in Last Dance DF and Anime Girl's face, trying to put them out the back of the fight with all of his damage, instead of trying to be this peel. Because right there, he was trying to fit in these Qs to cover for Sahori, wasn't hitting. All of a sudden, this Aurelia is just kind of bouncing around the back line, brings down Sahori, brings down Kim down, and then he and Rourke are just kind of sitting there like, what happened to this fight? Because, I mean, Cinnamon Bread went on the other side, was able to trade one back on the opposite side, but that's not the person that needs to do that. Barrick needs to be in the back line. Cinnamon Bread's got to kick this Aurelia, put her into a wall, keep her CC'd there between Kim down and Sahori with the ultimate from the Varus and the E that comes out from that, and burst down that Aurelia before she can pop off in the back line, while Barrick is the one ripping through the entire back line of the opposite team.
Get your assassins ready, prepped, and good to go. ZMT is looking to go forward. Gets the stun point to Sahori. Is trying to dash away. Cinnamon Bread is into the back line. ZMT has set his sights and is looking to turn his attention right on back. But that's a failure. Getting popped. A huge encore. Do you want more? As they're continuing to go forward. ZMT is turning the fight back on its head. It looked good for a moment, but immediately this Aurelia gets the triple kill, and that's all she wrote as they're looking to continue going forward. Anime Girl looking to resuscitate the HP bar. CMT TP's back in through the mid wave, and they're looking to just end game number 3 as a success for them. Striking Vipers come out in game number 3 on top.
Keeping ZMT out of the fight almost put this back into the favor of Mercenaries, and it was his reintroduction to the rest of his team that really turned this back into their favor, as Striking Vipers sit themselves up 2-1 over top of the Mercenaries here with all the control in the world.
Bro, what did we just watch? Like, that was a game of League of Legends right there between two squads that were ready to go at it, and neither team wanted to drop the game. Neither team wanted to let the other team have match point. But Striking Vipers, now look at where they sit. They are in striking distance for victory here.
Both teams are relying very heavily on their top sides. I am curious if either team's able to make an adaptation to get their bottom side more involved in a game. But right now, it just seems like whoever's top side wins very, very well, starts getting the advantage. That's the kind of the lifeblood for both these squads here. So we're coming into game number 4. Who's going to be able to convert that? That's the best option that I've got to like here, because this one, that got really close a couple of times, flopped a lot, and it came down to ZMT Honest being unkillable and the likes of the Aurelia. I can almost guarantee that's not letting through whatsoever, because it's already smashed in this series.
Absolutely. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take ourselves a short break as we need to recollect ourselves, get ourselves ready, as we are going into what could possibly be the final game. We'll come back with our analyst test to break down all the action, so make sure you do not touch your browser.
If I've said it 1,000 times, I will say it once more, guys. Aurelia is too weak of a champion. Like, I need to see more buffs on her. This rework on her has been extremely unsuccessful, and people, even with no hands, can play her. Welcome back to the desk where we try to break down the most arbitrary things we saw personally in that game. So, aside from the previous joke that I just mentioned, my God, like Kitsu, you were mentioned before, like ZMT is really good at Aurelia, and you were right, which is why exactly we are the analysts that's giving predictions, and we know far too much about the game that can hold inside our head. That's why we talk to you all. So to be able to expunge more knowledge into everybody watching, Kitsu, take us through that game.
All right, so like I said before, ZMT, the mechanical prodigy on this Aurelia, you see him lose his flash early on against the Lee Sin, which was a big blunder on his part. But right when he TV's back with his full health and his second Orange Blade here, you're going to see him solo kill this Lee Sin. That's going to give him like everything he needs. Like everyone has seen it before. Aurelia gets one kill and then she just keeps killing her lane. She just pops off and she's able to become like this unkillable menace in team fights.
And that kind of string of kills and so on and so forth, and somehow just getting the lightest touch on people with the W extended throughout the entire game, where ZMT went from a menace to simply a monster beatdown.
And the thing is, too, it was this weird process that never really stopped from that kill onward. The thing is, in between the game, we saw a lot going in favor for Mercenaries. They were catching people out. They were punishing members of Striking Vipers who overextend in the sideline. But you have to be so careful in these team fights, because look at this Aurelia. Look at ZMT just in this corner here. He won't actually lose all of his health no matter how close it seems to get. And by the time we reach this end game, like, he has a Gargoyle Stone Plate. He's an unkillable monster, and the only time we saw Mercenaries actually take him out is when everyone is focusing their entire souls into trying to kill this champion. But even then, you saw it. We have another replay that shows it. You make a small mistake, you leave your AD carry alone for just a second. Like, hey, stay right there, buddy. Nope. Gone, done, dusted. You came to the wrong neighborhood.
You're going to see ZMT like, just in the back line. You just can't kill him.
Yeah, look at him.
Like, it's so disgusting. I feel like him buying a Gargoyles has to be some form of disrespect over on the side, like towards the side of Mercenaries. Like,
it's probably good.
I know, but like, it's fantastic. And those shields, like, actually, they like saved his life. Like, I think are half the team fights going into the later stage of the game, especially 1v1 up against the Aatrox. But like, if you, I find, as a Bruiser champion, are like, going towards Randuin's Gargoyles or like, even Warmogs, you're thinking like, I just have so much damage. It doesn't matter what I buy, I will still kill you. So maybe the disrespect on their side, just as a champion-wise, Aurelia is disrespectful when she gets ahead. It's fun for the people playing her and playing beside her, but then the game becomes immediately unfun for anybody who is on the tail end of any of her blades. So I think about this, like, just, it got so far, and so Aurelia obviously has to be an insta-ban that's going to the next game, but Getsuo, we saw a lot of positive things coming out of Mercenaries. Like, the game was very, very close. So, like, do you think they're off the mark here, or what small thing do you think they can change just to make sure we get possibly Game 5?
I think that going back to Mercenaries' biggest strength, right? Their mid-jungle 2v2. Yeah. I feel like if you're going to see that first pick Aurelia and they're going to instantly pair that with that Sejuani and take away the Toronto counter pick, you're either going to need a better response to that, or maybe just try to take away the Sejuani if they're going to pick the Aurelia, or maybe make it so you have a better answer to that. Because if you're going to let that Aurelia have the combo with the Sejuani that you also took in the first game, then maybe you should be prepared if they're going to play it to have something better.
Or it's to be seen if it actually just end up happening, right? Because as of right now, it is just far, far too good. But we'll throw it over to our casters yet again, Travesty and Rebel Fox, to see whether or not we will potentially be seeing the final game of the night. Travesty, and hopefully not Rebel, take it away.
Well, sorry to disappoint you, Ravish, but I have Rebel here, and my name is Travesty. We are ready to go into what is I'm expecting to be another chaos-filled game here as we're going into game number 4. Striking Vipers are at striking distance for a victory here, and it's going to be a very much so interesting series of questions, if I may, that need to be asked in Champion Select.
I think the biggest question to ask right now is what is Mercenaries' plan for trying to take out this early game coming out from the side of Striking Vipers? Because now it's 2 games in a row where first game they really bodied and used it. The second game they had this advantage. It did flop a little bit, but you had an advantage the entire time one way or another. Or the gold was there, even if you were giving gold back in some regards to the opposite team. Striking Vipers appears to be punishing tempo very heavily inside of this series. It feels much like Mercenaries require control of the map to begin with. And so to me, that's my number one question. How do Mercenaries take control of the map from minute 1?
Well, my thing is Vipers bit unhinged in that last game, man. Anime Girl and ZMT, they were doing a Mundo cosplay because they went where they pleased, man. It didn't matter how many towers, how many people were there. They were assassinating their target or they were going to go down trying. So I'm curious as well. What are the comps like in Striking Vipers court? Because like you said, in the mid game, it did get a little bit sloppy in instances.
Yeah. Okay, we're back in the same setup that we had in the previous game. No Aurelia. That's almost certainly going to be ban number 1 here from the side of the Mercenaries. Like, that just has to happen. You got to ban the Aurelia out. Just because of how disgusting it's been for ZMT. It was amazing in that previous game, unless you really do have a counter pick for it, which it seemed like the Lee Sin very early did okay, but then once the interaction started happening, which wasn't there, they stick with their Syndra, making sure ZMT doesn't get the comfort on that specific pick. But again, I suspect the Aurelia has to be on the dock eventually.
I feel like it's on the chopping block for sure. We saw Striking Vipers in game number 2 when they were on red side. They did ban the Aurelia away from Cinnamon Bread. Viego still taking off the table. See if there might be a forced decision to come at their hands here, as there's still 1 more ban each for each squad.
There is. And it's interesting, again, I feel like Viego at 2, unless you're just unwilling to play it here for the side of the Mercenaries, feels wrong. It feels like you should be saving that for 3, where you know that you're going to be able to at least force their hand by saying, okay, either you ban the Viego or we leave it up and we take it, or get whatever power pick you're going to be leaving up instead of banning that one away. So there's that to consider as well. Yep, Xin Zhao was hovered for a second, but no, there's no shenanigans here. It is only Aurelia, and it makes sense Xin Zhao is going to get picked again, but that champion, I think, will do less damage, hopefully, than the Aurelia did in the previous game.
Yeah, I'm going to hope. Xin Zhao, a little bit more on the spectrum there for not being doing crazy stuff bouncing around team fights. But on the other side, Trundle was left open, so this time, it's going to be Mercenaries grabbing that pick for themselves.
And it makes a lot of sense, because not only do you now get a very powerful champion in the Trundle that still can be flexed if you really wanted to, but you also have a very good matchup with the Trundle going into the Xin Zhao. That's one that has been tried and true a number of times for the last couple of patches. Basically, ever since Xin Zhao got that rework with his W, this has been effectively the selection. This, very interesting for a number of reasons.
I give you 4.
You give me 4? Okay, funny joke, Mr. Guy. I was looking into specifically this matchup because it had popped up in some of the eastern regions I was keeping track of at the time, and I was contemplating what Jhin would do into an Ashe when it comes to being a utility champion. It is a very wide array of results to the point where, like, it went 8 straight losses once, and it's also had 4 straight wins. It's very streaky against this champion. I think it really is, it comes down to the players who are in this. So now it's Last Dance versus Sahori. What can they do? I think Ashe has the preference in this matchup for multiple reasons. One, Hawkshot is insane for helping your jungler, and in this matchup, it's going to be very, very good for setting up Rourke to do some very, very dominant things, especially helping Cinnamon Bread out of the laning phase, which we see right now. And number 2, the DPS you can put out against the Jhin in those permanent slows makes it very difficult for Jhin to try to kite backwards off the back of crit auto attacks, and it punishes it very hard.
I'm curious on what the pick is going to be to go into the LeBlanc here. You do see that the Rise and Lissandra taking off the tape. I'm gonna shelf that real quick. That's a chat's blind picked up here.
Chad. All right. Okay. This would be a play for Striking Vipers. they're setting up a really old school, well, I guess not really old school combo. They set up the old school combo of the my apologies, the Camille Galio. That is really good. I'm trying to ignore that because I'm guessing it's bait. It is bait, in fact. And instead, they set up the Zillion, which is also cool. Not a Fizz, but it is a Zillion, so there is at least that to consider during the course of this entire prospect. This team is very centered around fighting in one specific area, either around the Xin Zhao, which is then going to have the Galio dropped on top of it, or the Camille for the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those two starting a series of events. So over on the other side, you see them hover it, and if they lock it in, I agree with this decision. Yeah, Leona makes perfect sense for their squad to give themselves a little bit more CC. But man, oh man, they have, over on the side of Mercenaries, they've got a lot of ways to start off a fight.
But they do. Again, they've got two champions, both of whom can dive in very quickly into the backline, be it with the Xin Zhao W or be it with the E or the hookshot from the likes of the Camille, especially over a wall with a flash or a flank or something like that to deliver a Galio into the backline. Galio himself can kind of do that work with just like an E and then do a flash and a W charge into multiple members, especially in mobile members, things like the Ashe that aren't going to be able to respond too quickly. And outside of that, you just have Jhin. Jhin in his existence, if you hit anything and you press W on that person is now in threat of being picked, and he ultimate can help set up for some of these melee champions to get in position to set up this Galio as well. There's a number of ways that this composition is designed to team fight specifically, and that's what Striking Vipers, I suppose, are going for here. It's just trying to set up their team fight as mean as it can be.
I think that's probably the way to do it, right? See if you can be able to coordinate your ways through the team fights. We've seen this many a times. I'm looking at the side. I'm going back to the Jats here real quick, because Jats and the Camille, man. This is the matchup that they opted for, and I feel like they picked the Jats up also blind, just saying, all right, well, I mean, they got this, so we'll just go ahead and just take the Jats. Camille, what is Camille going to do into Jats, right? The Counter-Strike is there. I want to see, the top side has been having such a huge impact inside of this series as a whole. If this Jats is able to get out of lane, it will be something interesting to see.
So I've gotten this opinion because I get to talk to a number of very good Jax players. All right. So here's how this matchup goes. In very bad or up to just like equal levels of play between two top laners, it's Jack's favorite because it's an auto-attacking battle with Camille, right? A very good Camille, somebody who is extremely well-versed at what Camille is capable of doing, and somebody who is less comfortable on Jax, typically the Camille can edge out the Jax in the laning phase based off of quick trading patterns, things like that with your E. That is something to pay attention to, and a lot of people have trained on Camille. Not a ton of people have trained on Jax. That's why you see a lot of times that matchup gets so volatile. If you have a very high-level Jax versus a very high-level Camille, Jax will win that matchup eventually, because eventually you're going to be able to outplay a lot of what she's capable of doing. If you understand how the Camille's trading pattern is going to work, that's going to be a good thing for you in the later stages when you start to outscale her and make her life extremely miserable in a side lane, and even in team fights, you're actually a lot stronger as well. Something to pay attention to. Varric has now received a lot of the carry weight for this team on his shoulders. This is not like something that you would take into a team fight the way that like the Set did or the Aatrox did. This feels a lot more solo carry oriented in a side lane or in any other capacity than we've seen. Varric putting his foot down saying, I'm sick of this. I don't want this anymore. I'm going to beat this person into the ground. I'm going to trust that I've got the skill. We're back on ZMT. Thank you, Observer, for showing us the wonderful chicken outfits. This is
a great skin.
Hey, why did the Ravish cross the lane?
Oh, why?
Because he's a chicken, big one. Look, everybody, it's Ravish.
I don't
Is ZMT like getting comms from our like observer just to like dance like that? Can we please ZMT? He's like dancing for us here on stream. Nobody has communication with him. There's no way that this is unintentional.
We're just showing off his ribbon at this point in time. He got first place. He's first place in the fair. Okay.
First place for chickens, like size wise.
Yeah.
Like, does anyone realize that he's just a golem in a costume? Who are these judges that were determining the best chicken? Like, what blind judges were unable to realize that he's literally made of stone?
Listen, man, when you roll a nat 20 on deception, you get places.
Man, disguise kits, disgusting, bro. They're disguise kits.
But here we are going back into what this matchup is. Cinnamon Bread has a Doran's Blade, by the way, to start things off.
That's not shocking at all. That's
Yeah.
something that you do from time to time, especially like not only is it good because like it's better auto trading into like a it's good for killing minions. It's good for auto trading, which is better into the likes of a Galio. And also recall, it's no longer lifesteal, it's Omnivamp, which means even your abilities will heal you, which is always a benefit. And that's something that people forget. And it's a very small thing. I like to mention it just because I like Omnivamp. I think it's an amazing stat. But that's part of the reason. I was confused because Cinnamon Bread took like half of the entire first wave just to arrive, and I didn't see where he was, whether he was helping out, I think maybe helping out over the wall with Rourke's first camp or something like that, because obviously you don't want Barrack there, because Barrack needs to be in the lane up against the Camille to make sure that that's not thrown away from him to start with. You don't want to lose that laning pressure by like being forced to like help with the red buff, and so I think that's where Cinnamon Bread was helping out with that red buff for Rourke, just because Barrack wasn't able to do so.
Check out some of the trading coming through over there into the top side. They're still duking it out. Enemy Girl actually has the shield. Barrett, can you outplay this? The Ignite gets away! First blood to Anime Girl.
Very well played. Ignite versus not Ignite. Okay.
Hold on. Crackodon's getting jumped onto. He's looking for the Jaws of Life. The smite could be just that. Crackodon trying to get out of Horn's flank. Kim down. Got a shield with the name on it. Sorry. It is going to flash over, but Kim down still gets the kill at the end of the day. Rourke is waiting for that pillar to come back on truck. Last dance. What are you doing there, buddy? That's a double kill to Kim down.
Does he die?
And Mercenaries find 2 quick kills in the bot side.
There's a game of inches right now between these two. That Ignite barely ticking down, as well as getting that shield on top side, helped protect Anime Girl from Barrack's final little auto attack. Had to be literally single digit, maybe up into 20 health range. That would have been the execution for the Jax onto the Camille to start with. And on bottom side, 2 kills go over. Punishment into the jungle, the reason that you take that in the first place. Barrack's help out Cinnamon Bread. Looks like they're just going to give that one up as fast as possible. The one tragic thing about bottom side, of course, is that Kim Down got both of those kills, and so none of the damage ended up where they needed it to be.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Also, what's unfortunate was Last Dance's flashing forward. There's a hurry there. It was just a bit too much as Striking Vipers not having the normal early game that they were used to.
No. Now, top side is not in a great place, because we do have Sheen that has been built here for the likes of Anime Girl. If Barrack's able to play between Sheen procs, maybe there's a possibility that he can actually take this, because he does have the enhanced AD coming out from the likes of the Longsword, but for the most part, this should be relatively easy for Anime Girl to just kind of waltz out of the laning phase with, barring Rourke showing up and doing something to try to help out his top laner, or Cinnamon Bread for the exact same reason. The bottom side of the map obviously now has a bunch of pressure. You're hoping to shut out Last Dance DF and Blossoms for the first time in this series, as the likes of Sahori and Kim Down. And they've been able to help their jungler out already, which has been a huge improvement over what we've seen. Both bot lanes tend to be really kind of restricted to that bottom side over the course of the entire series. So already kind of opening up the map at least a little bit on the side of the Mercenaries to help things out.
Right now, Mercenaries doing a good job for themselves. Dragon has spawned up, so I'm expecting to see some attention over there. But Rourke is actually over here to the top side, looking to pay some love to Anime Girl here. Throw down that pillar. The hook shot is available, and Anime Girl will be out of harm's way.
I don't know exactly what was going to happen there. Even after he threw down the likes of that pillar, you kind of knew what was going to happen. Barrack actually doing a very good job kind of like baiting right now, because like if Anime Girl wants to jump in, you're just going to fall right into the trundle. Still have the support. Level 6 is terrifying though, and now Barrack has to be horrified because like if there's jungle support, he's faking he's jungle support right now, but unfortunately Crackodon is the one who is here.
Beautiful.
And unfortunately, yeah, that's like he was trying to insinuate that Rourke was still around by playing so forward, but the level 6 made it hard, and then the reinforcements came, and they're like, all right, we'll take the 2v2, and he's like, yeah, it's a 1v2.
Yeah. Surprise! Things just went a little awry there. As Mercenaries have gotten the trundle down here into the bot side now, is looking around that jungle pit, and they do have control over the dragon pit, so that's good for them.
Yeah, the important part about all of this that just happened was that the Rourke's back came out faster than Crackodon's back, which means he deployed on the map faster. And this is why they're able to take Dragon so quickly. They don't really have this fantastic wave control on the bottom side. They don't really have this amazing wave control in the mid lane either, so like they can't move a lot faster. The reason why this is working so well is because Rourke was just deployed on the map faster than Krakedon after that top lane gank. So it is tragic for the Jax, who is in a rough situation up against the legs of the Camille to begin with inside of this game. However, it does help out the map a little bit, gets that first Dragon secured here from the side of Mercenaries.
Blossom's trying to be as groovy as possible down here in the bot side, laying out some bombs. Gonna be keeping my eyes on how this Zillion plays out, man, on the support role. As I've seen a couple mixed results from some of the players that have picked it up, and the biggest thing is seeing how fast on the chrono shift Blossom's going to be able to be.
There's a number of champions that exist within this game, right, that especially don't get played that often. A lot of them I have my eye on just because it's really difficult to try to find people who play it consistently within competitive play. Zillion is not the name of one of them because he's a boring champion that does nothing and needs a rework dramatically. The champion literally has one ability.
Well, right now ZNT is finding himself getting punished. A solo kill happens down there into the bot side. Krakedon is going to be taken off the table as well, though.
Hey, look at that.
As that is going to be him getting taken care of. Mercenaries finding some dubs across the map.
Yeah, that's comfortable everywhere. That's Ash picking up a kill on bottom side, and you lose your LeBlanc, which is tragic, but picking up an additional kill for your Trundle is already smashing like 3 camps up over Krakedon, and getting a return kill for your Jax is also humongous. So all of these things going very, very well for the side of the Mercenaries. They're trying to collapse this wave in if at all possible. I think they kind of want to dive here, but there's TPs everywhere for both sides.
Area.
Kim down!
Kim down is just jumping on the ZNT saying, you wanted to fight, come on, fight! As it will be the rest of them backing away. ZNT being careful, doesn't want to get caught up in those chains. But it's Striking Vipers that will have the pivot onto this Herald.
That they will. The back had to come through from Barrack and Rourke because they were both relatively low health, if not just like low health in general. They wanted to collapse the wave into Anime Girl, which they were able to accomplish with relative ease, and it only got like what is now effectively like a 2-3 CS advantage, a couple of waves like that's going to come back, and it's going to crash into Jax, and it's not going to go into his tower, so he's going to be able to catch every minion that comes in the next 2 waves. This was helpful. Barrack required this kind of like attention. I like that this was called out. That is terrible for Cinnamon Bread. Thankfully, he dodges the W because Jin is a good champion, and now the return is
Yeah, now ZMT getting just decimated now, man. Cinnamon Bread finds the kill inside the mid lane.
The Doran's Blade auto.
The Doran's Blade auto.
The Doran's Blade auto attack to kill ZMT. It's not often you can say that about a LeBlanc, but here we are. You're able to actually smash that one away. Yeah, good play once again. The Galio doesn't punish the LeBlanc very early. The Galio does, however, roam very quickly, but eventually Cinnamon Bread's pressure is going to transcend mid lane, and it's going to start like kind of transporting elsewhere. And Galio without ultimate doesn't move very quickly. That's okay. All right.
For the double bomb, couldn't get it.
Nope.
Flash for flashes there. As so we're getting jumped onto now. The movement's coming in from Last Dance. He's got that 4th shot. Will lay a critical blow onto Sahori. As Kim Down does catch the other bomb. As it is now curtain call. Sahori, will you be able to survive this? Kim Down trying to blink a couple shots there. Rourke coming in to make his presence known. That will be just a subtle trade going on in the bot side.
Can we cut out that like 30 seconds?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
We had like
right now.
We had like a flash for support that led to nothing. We had an Ashe ultimate that led to nothing. We had a Jhin ultimate where 1 shot was hit. Like this was not the cleanest of League of Legends. So we're just gonna get past it. We're not gonna worry about it too heavily. Instead, we can focus on how Rourke was covering for bottom side, trying to make sure that wasn't gonna go too badly. And in the return play, Krakedon was on Rift Herald, takes this top side, and now the double auto attacker into the tower alongside the Rift Herald's gonna get first tower of the game for the Camille, breaking her some additional gold, getting her out of this top lane and able to kind of interact elsewhere on the map, and also pushing the Jax further and further back in terms of this laning one-on-one.
This is all happening. Rourke is setting targets back on the ZMT. Another flash blown here as Anime Girl TP'd into the mid lane, making the presence known. But that is a TP that was used. Dragon coming up in 25 seconds here.
Yes. That's true. Barrack does have TP as well, which means if he's able to generate, if they could stall out for 30 seconds or so for an additional wave to come through, the Jax will draw the attention of Anime Girl, unless Anime Girl just decides to tank like 2 waves of loss, as well as giving up plates over to the Jax, which is, I mean, literally exactly what they just did was to get the advantage, and it can be equalized if Barrack ends up crashing like a wave or 2 of minions here into this top tower. Right now, they're moving ZMT up there. That's the wrong choice because they have no TP. They have no way to respond with this Galio. His ultimate's available, but you can't get all the way to the Dragon Pit. So it is instead just going to be the movement elsewhere. And I don't think the Mercenaries care that much. The Galio catching top wave is going to be big, but they're also going to open him up for a dive potentially because they've got 3 members up on that top side. Galio better be a little bit afraid.
Should be at least thoroughly spooked, I feel like. These Trundle Pillars have found a home in the mid lane. I feel like even if you're topside, they're going to find you because you are their new home. As you can see Trundle over here on the outside. This is, like you said, a scary place to be in.
It is. Unfortunately, they can convert on a topside play because there was vision and they were caught in the river. So this means that there's no play to help support the Jax. Instead, it was just the crash wave. Cinnamon Bread.
Cinnamon Bread gets called out
Oh
on
my
the bluff. Krakadon finds the kill onto the LeBlanc and an assist over to the Jhin.
Yeah, because of the flower that came through, the slow was enough to actually get him over to that one. They still have control of top side. Again, Jax was up there, and you saw Krakadon heading to bottom side. Now ZMT. He
Flashes,
hit the wall.
That was a lot of ults used to grab. That was the Subjugate, the Solar Flare, everything in the kitchen sink. Now Anime Girl is looking to come in with a vengeance and a heroic entrance. It shall be as ZMT finds himself in the midst of it all yet again. Kim Down getting chased down. So Hori is next up. He's shown himself and is a target set justly on his back. ZMT finds a kill, a hook shot over the wall. A stun won't be enough as Striking Viper strike back.
That is not good in the slightest. Now this Camille Galio is able to start kind of enforcing their will upon the map, and that is not the place that you'd like to be if you're on the side of Mercenaries, because that combination, it gets very, very far into your backline. It has a good amount of CC to combo with one another, and the damage that can come out is ridiculous. This whole time as well, Xin Zhao's on bottom side pushing this bottom lane tower. That pulls Krakadon into a further advantage. And now, again, when you talk about battle of top side, yes, you got the 1 kill on Jackson and the LeBlanc and the likes of the Trundle, but it doesn't matter. It's now Anime Girl versus Barrack, and 2 tower shots onto Barrack means that this is almost certainly a losing cause.
Well, he's looking to turn this around. He's got that Divine Sunderer, and he's looking to sunder some HP.
Man, dumpster to the Sunderer, man. That Conqueror. He was like 2 auto attacks and he gained 200 health from it. That was insane. I thought he had fleet footwork there for a second. I was like, oh my goodness. That burst healing was kind of nutty. He somehow was able to pull that play. I guess in terms of itemization, he's really not that far behind. He's basically down a Doran's shield.
Oh, no.
So
there's the Subjugate again. ZMT.
Poor ZMT. Galio's a bad champion in a Trundle because he can't do anything if you put the pillar behind him. It's the same as like Nautilus, where like normally Nautilus into any other champion is like, I'll just hook behind me, and then for Trundle it's like, I'll hook behind me, and there's a pillar there. And it's the same with Galio, where he's like, I'll E behind me, and then there's a pillar, and he's like, oh, darn, that's not the direction I need to be going.
That rascally Trundle, he foiled my plan yet again.
Rapscallion.
Well, we are seeing these 2 squads 7-7 in kills, but the gold advantage is in favor of Striking Vipers, and now we can get this a little bit further here. They got Herald that is their claim, and Mercenaries are none the wiser.
Yeah, even if they wanted to, there's so much vision. This is just a trench of vision control for the side of Striking Vipers with a number of wards that were in that river, making sure there was no movement whatsoever to come out from that team. They're comfortable giving that up. I think scaling game, again, eventually Ashe is fine over top of Jhin, and Jax in a side lane will just be unmatchable. You already saw kind of moments of that pop up against the likes of Anime Girl with that duel that we had just seen, kind of a controlled moment. But if this game continues at the pace that it's at right now, it should be Mercenaries that should feel comfortable playing like a side lane. It's just a question of whether or not Striking Vipers can force hard enough with the Xin Zhao, Camille, and the Galio combination into the remaining 4 members. That is a question to behold as well, because they've got more than enough power in those members to really win a fight. Jhin ultimate does like 200 damage. That's like twice as much.
Yeah, Well, look, man, there's no work. He was sucking some stats down. He was being a little.
And listen, it's
trash
not Last
goblin.
Dance DF's fault, man. The champion's just designed with no damage. It's not his fault. In fairness, I actually really like lethality. I think lethality does actually good damage, like non-insignificant damage. But Gale Force first item, your ultimate just basically is there for.
It's about the
for
fourth
slows.
shot, right?
It's about the slows and the fourth shot. Yeah, if somebody's already almost dead, you can catch them. Oh,
Yeah, they're looking for
An
more.
arrow.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow finds its mark, and so does the solo player, but it's not enough. They don't have the damage to burn him down. They lose the tower while this all happens. DMT will get chained up, get them with it. No, the Glacial is big. They still have Bread over here
Actually-
onto the side. The heroic entrance coming in to the Suede Cinnamon Bread from distorting forward as Kim Down falls victim to Last Dance. But while this is all going on,
Yeah.
Last Dance taking some tower shots, needs to be a little bit precautious. Throwing caution to the wind, though, laying in some deeps instead as the bombs come out. Striking Vipers come out on top with 3 kills to the name. Wait a second, Cinnamon Bread, this is not the place you want to be. The 4th shot runs true, and that is a killing spree on Last Dance.
That's a fight that the Mercenaries force into striking Vipers, thinking, okay, we can catch them off guard. The problem is with 2 teleports and a Galio ultimate, it is near impossible to actually get an outnumber in anywhere on this map, especially when control goes to the side of striking Vipers. Compound all of that win right there, which combines like a fight win, pretty massive take, a dragon take here now. It looks like Jin might end up being caught. Yeah, Jin's going to end up getting caught on the back end of it in exchange for some damage under the mid tower. But Barrack also went down on the side lane, proving that Anime Girl is still excruciatingly strong compared to her top lane counterpart, which again, the side lane's not quite ready. Blade of the Rune King, maybe that's the timer. Maybe the 3rd item is the timer, something like that. But again, Barrack is not on it to be able to just solo win the side lane, so you can take fights like that, just kind of mitigate losses with what happens on the side.
I feel like we have to keep an eye on the head stick ultimatum cooldown, right? Because I feel like that every time that's up, that's where Anime Girl understands. You have to dodge the counter strike to make this matchup work. So seeing that and seeing whenever it's up could be a big thing to continue to go for. As ZMT taking advantage of the fact that he understands that Rourke is just heat seeking him out. They know he's in the area, and ZMT gets some revenge.
Hovering around topside, trying to buy space for this Jax so that he can continue the split-pushing escapade that he's been on for the majority of the game. But again, they're not folding in the slightest. They're not giving over topside pressure. They're saying, we are stronger than you. We're not going to let you just waltz in here, pull vision control, and let your Jax continue to scale up inside of this game. 30 CS is not going to break the bank right now against the likes of the Camille. And so they're just like, okay, if you continue to do this, we're going to continue to catch you out, continue to kill you, and then you're going to lose every bit of control you had on the map.
Check this out, Last Dance in a situation, did have to use Cleanse here. The double bombs onto the clone, the force of decision, the resurrection coming in. Curtain call is the Nets play. They're trying to
100.
just buy some time,
200.
but 4 shots hit,
400.
so Hori gets dropped down to under half HP, and that is beautiful for the side of Striking Vipers.
It's a level 2 in Gen Ultimate. I was like, how did it do more than 100 damage? Just because it's level 2, that's why. That's when it jumps to 400 damage.
I feel like I can hear the Jaws music. I don't know if Last Dance could hear it there, but he got really close.
Actually,
to
we're in
Jeff
some
there.
dire straits right now because LeBlanc is still here. Doesn't quite have the ultimate.
Well, so
Okay.
Hori had ultimate.
Yeah, got a little closer than I thought I was going to, but things turned out all right. As the LeBlanc flank finally ends up turning up. 3k gold lead here for the Striking Vipers as they found a couple of kills here and there. They still have the team fight heavily in their favor. The Jax isn't ready to split push, but they are able to take this advantage and maybe are going to try to turn it into a Baron fight to flip this game's gold lead back on its head.
And check out Cinnamon Bread, man. He's constantly distorting board just to get information for the team. And they've started up Baron at this point.
Ouch.
Cinnamon Bread, HP bar, where did it go? It's the one that's doing the disappearing ad. We see the Subjugate coming on through. They also have a heroic interest. It's gonna be so much damage, plus the double bombs on top. Goodbye, Rourke. You live the troll life, but you're able to go down while this all happens. Jinsao gets the kill on LeBlanc on the back end. And that's 2 kills going over to Striking Vipers. And now Baron started up by Striking Vipers.
Big thing is that the Baron take isn't very fast pretty much no matter what, which means that you don't need your ADC to start things off because Jin doesn't have to be around for it. So a play like this where Rourke goes down and Cinnamon Bread goes down and everyone else gets pushed off it's going to be really easy just to start taking this Baron and do nothing about it on the side of the Mercenaries, only because, again, what are you going to do? You're going to throw a volley in and try to steal it? It's not going to happen. It's very slow. Again, this is taking really long, but because of when they started it and when they're able to actually force things and how the tech timers were working when everyone else was trying to take it back, everything kind of ends up in their favor. As, again, Barrack still yet to get off the ground really with this Jax, trying desperately to get onto 2-3 items so that split push into Anime Girl can really start to kick into effect. But it might be just a little too late to start this off, only because objectives and gold lead really heavily starting to flow into the favor of Striking Vipers. Their composition, their ability to force with this Galio on top of one of their divers, with their Jin being able to do these kinds of things, not to mention Zillion ultimate really has yet to have a really significant impact in any of these fights, and that is definitely going to happen at some point. It makes it really difficult to see a world where Mercenaries are able to pull this one back into their favor.
In the struggle mode, right? They are on it for sure. They punched in their tickets, but they're still trying to see if they'll be able to cruise this into a game number 5, possibly for themselves. Striking Vipers are on match point at this moment, and a loss here is the end of the road for their UPL season for the Mercenaries, and they don't want to go out like this. As you can see, Cinnamon Bread trying to find angles here onto ZMT. This is not the same Galio that they fought inside the laning phase.
No, it is not. Pretty bulky here. Has like the Zonias. Surprising, not that much magic damage actually came out, because it was like the double chain is not always going to be like optimal for pure damage output. It's just for the CC more than anything. But still, it felt like Cinnamon Bread was barely tickling the Galio. As the Baron buff combined with this massive influx onto bottom side means it's really easy for them to just force through the 2 members and kind of force this wave underneath. Yes, Cinnamon Bread's going to respond with 1 tower on the top side, but that's a trade that the side of the Striking Viper is going to make every single day. Rourke again hovering, trying to find his play in his ZMT.
Man, ZMT just needs to have Rourke senses at this point in time, as he has always been in proximity to this Galio, trying to make him pay, but good flash stops that, and that's another great that's going to go over because of this.
We're in a bad place now, because again, this is 3rd Dragon territory. 6,000 gold advantage for the side of the Striking Vipers. Mercenaries are on their last legs. They've got basically Ashe. That's pretty much their game plan right now, is Sahori can play a front to back. If he's able to just kind of stay in a fight and auto-attack whoever's in front of him, maybe there is a chance that that's going to be enough to deny. Not to mention, Jax did just get the Blade of the Rune King, but again, Camille is pretty much already on 3 items in terms of like what components are held and what kind of gold advantage is there, so it's looking dire. Side lane's not going to work. I think they have to take a 5-on-5 team fight, and they have to make sure Sahori is going to live through the beginning parts of it. If you can get through Camille and Xin Zhao engage without just losing your Ashe, there's a possibility you can turn that fight, but if anything else happens, like if they don't take the pure 5-on-5, they just let Camille go for split pushing. If they like take a 5-on-5 and they're able to catch the Ashe with the CC or one of the dive tools, the game probably ends here for the likes of the Mercenaries, or at least their chances are dulled from what is effectively a very dull rock to essentially just an orb of pure smoothness.
I don't have words for that analogy.
I don't either. I don't know why. It's a really bad analogy. There you go, Ravish. There's one problem with me. My analogies are terrible.
But we are seeing Blossoms over here onto the side. Cinnamon Bread, he's looking like he could be just caught out of position here. A bomb is waiting for him if he distorts back, but it's curtain calls coming in. They're going to use the head sync ultimatum. Anime Girl is able to stay alive thanks to Zillion. Keeping him alive. Nobody wants to touch him when he's got that on him. Blossoms gets the kill onto Cinnamon Bread. The Solar Flower comes out so late. The heroic entrance almost in place. And now it's going to be the re-engage as TP comes in. Work goes down. Last Dance marching forward with the rest of the team. And Anime Girl is here and has arrived, laying in the damage to make sure that Striking Vipers can come out on top. An inhibitor tower is going to be their prize. Only there's Sahori left standing.
20 seconds until like revives come through, so it's just going to be the mid inhibitor. Marble is the word I was trying to think about. I said like orb of smoothness. A marble is like really smooth. That would have been the proper term.
Like
orb of smoothness sounds like a magic item, but like
yeah,
a marble is an actual thing, and it's what I meant. But beyond the terrible analogy, again, the team fighting. Oh, actually, it's not over. It's not over.
Not over.
Transition.
It's not over. It's never over here. As it's going to be cracking
Okay,
on, going
okay.
on down. It's still Cinnamon Bread looking to re-engage this. A
Oh!
crystal arrow hit, but a cleanse immediately to stop that from going any further. A beautiful Shirelia's the speed this Jin right on out of there. Anime Girl looks to jump back into the fray. A taunt comes through. ZMT gets caught off guard by the clone, and it's going to be hell to pay for him as he's going to come back to a world of pain. That hero punch will not be able to stop them from doing it, but Cinnamon Bread overstepping the boundaries there as Last Dance had a bullet with their name on it.
I had this discussion years ago, talking about, actually, I'm not going to go to that interaction right now. We'll come back to that in a minute. Again, something I'm noticing inside of these fights, really important. Ashe is doing hella damage. Like, Sahori is actually doing a ton of work in these fights. Can't quite find the kills necessary, but he's actually able to put out enough DPS to single-handedly carry these fights if he's unaffected. Sahori is not quite able to burn through all these members one by one, but is the reason why this game is not dead yet for the side of the Mercenaries. Because when you see a fight like that, and your Jax is still collecting gold, your Trundle's still collecting gold, but you've got this Ashe who's in the back pocket, who's able to keep things alive, especially when Runaan's gets done, when Rageblade gets done. All of a sudden, this Ashe becomes a terrifying threat to just rip through this Striking Viper squad. It requires a lot of effort. Ideally, they don't want to give this up, but again, if Sahori's alive, the hopes of Mercenaries are still there.
No, attack going over the wall.
Oh!
That damage is just so much.
Wait,
Heroic
wait.
comes through though. Anime Girl got bursted down. The Baron has reset
Wait.
completely. This could be the Mercenaries' time here. As Siori is completely untouched. He is just
You got her hitting.
firing inside this fight here. As the damage is coming through, it's immense. As ZMG gets eviscerated in the back. Blossoms his nets. It's only Cracodon left standing, but a Baron will be claimed by this mercenary squad.
Striking Vipers have Jin fourth auto attack. They've got Camille enhanced Q and Smite. And they turn off the Baron for that? That's their plan of action? They try to just like pinch the game off right then and there? Taking this Baron was going to be hard enough already. That sets up your soul point. That sets up potential push for Elder. That sets up so much, gives yourself gold advantage. That fight turns this game back to Mercenaries. Mercenaries get so much! They pull Baron buff, they pull a fight win, they pull a dragon to stall that win condition away unless Cracodon somehow steals this.
He's looking for it. Oh, okay.
Like, the game just got coin flipped completely away. You didn't need to do that. This is not a coin flip game. You just, what? Why do they keep doing this? Why do they keep? Why do these games just never stop being good? It doesn't make any sense. Travis, help! Thank you, producer.
I don't know how I can help at this point in time because right now, I mean, I think they just wanted to showcase your point that you made so beautifully about how Sahori can put out so much damage inside of this game. I mean,
the problem, like, with everything that's happening in this team fight, right, is, like, if things go properly, Anime Girl has to hook shot, ultimate Sahori, then you Galio ultimate, then you win the fight, because then Sahori's dead. None of that has happened. Instead, they keep fighting, like, your front line. It's either Rourke, or it's Barrick, or it's Kim Down tanking it, and right on the outskirt, right on the little outskirt of that Galio ultimate, stands Sahori, who just presses auto attack button, and then just stands there and is gunning down everyone with Striking Vipers. And they're just like, where's the counterplay? You gotta get on Sahori! That's what you gotta do!
oh, you gotta get on Sahori, but you don't need Anime Girl dropping like that, man. Like, the towers dropped. A beautiful
Where's
cleanse coming
Galio?
out from Last Dance. He's getting jumped onto immediately. Gets the resurrection. Beautiful work
Galio's
coming out
coming
on
up
Brazilian. They get this done onto the Ash. They
Oh, they got on Sahori.
the back line. That's going to be the Galio heroic entrance going into the back line.
He's
He's only
not
going to be
dead.
able to tackle the one. Sahori's able to live on such a sliver of HP.
He's gotta get out, he's gotta get out. No!
They're able to catch him on the back end. This is Striking Vipers. They're looking to end the game for themselves. Only Kim Down remains, but it's going to be Striking Vipers marching into the base.
Man, the Mercenaries had my hopes up that they could turn this game, bring us to a game number 5. The fight, they just get too fancy. They have this Baron buff. They're like, we can press down in mid lane. They find the pick with the Zillion ultimate immediately without burning anything else. And all of a sudden, just like the waves part, everything comes together. Anime Girl finds the shot, finds the ultimate, sets up ZMT on top of Ashe. And Sahori lives the initial combo. The Jhin ultimate is enough to bring him down as Striking Vipers. Two of the most exciting games I've seen over the last long time. Secure in a 3-1 third place here inside of UPL.
All I can say is, are you not entertained? That was a fantastic series of events. My oh my, Striking Vipers able to come in clutch there. You know, be able to end things off after the coin flip that almost flipped everything on its head yet again. But Striking Vipers able to come out on top.
If nothing else, that was some of the most entertaining gameplay of all time. Again, there's plenty to talk about. Striking Vipers, congratulations for their and coming into the next proving grounds, you have to think a team like this that's already had this kind of synergy with 6 more months to prepare, to improve, will start to make noise. Won't just like Fallout qualifiers, that kind of thing. Same with like Mercenaries players. The Mercenaries players, they drove these games to just incredible heights in terms of excitement. Like I cannot. It doesn't matter how it happens. I don't care how it happens. Like they understood where their win condition might be, and they were able to play to it one way or another. It didn't always work out, but like in that last game, they put everything onto Sahori. They made the fights work, and they almost climbed their way back in. You got to give them respect for that at least. So I mean, both teams just incredible work.
Honestly, incredible to see. I mean, it was a game that was worthy enough that the producer was like, yo, we need to show the caster cams right now because they're losing it, right? But incredible. It was a phenomenal game there. It was great to be able to see. It was me and Rebel closing things out for ourselves here this UPL season for the two of us. But there's still the finals tomorrow, and we still have the desk afterward. We're about to send it over to the desk. Thank you all for joining us. We hope you all stay safe and have yourself a fantastic evening. Desk, take it away.
Hey, thank you, Travesty, and only Travesty, for that wonderful cast. And welcome back to the desk yet again, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic series that we get to break down what we just saw after game number 1. Mercenaries had the ball rolling. We thought they all had it in their hands, but my prediction stood true and free yet again. I would come out on top, so I give myself a short little pat on the back. Thank you. Now, with that, all that out of the way, let's talk a little bit about that game here. Yo, Kitsu, just right off the bat, man. Like, past all the coin flips and the extremely scrappy nature, Striking Vipers still came out on top due to some bold decisions.
Yeah. So I want to start off by highlighting this Camille pick by Anime Girl. That pick as a blind pick is very bold. I know she's a very strong champion. Everyone thinks she's very, very overpowered right now, but I do think that the Mercenaries had a good counter pick in that Jax, but huge props to Anime Girl for taking Camille into this counter matchup and solo killing his or her lane opponent, and then just going on to take that Camille's lead and to kill Jax again, and then utilize the Camille Galio combo to get these insane engages in the mid game team fights.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about the draft overall too. You see, even though you see Anime Girl really take control of the top side matchup with, of course, some jungle attention as well, being allowed to accelerate and kind of get to this point where Jax doesn't get to outscale you in the side lane, because Jax never really gets to function in the side lane. And the draft part about it that was really nice too is you see the Ashe come through and immediately Striking Vipers go for the Jhin. And some of the highest levels of play, this is a very common answer we're starting to see lately and even in the past. And it's a very safe lane. It's a lane you can kind of not leave necessarily like one would say top lane, but it's a lane you don't have to spend as much time on. The win con was clear. It's all about Anime Girl in the top side. And once the solo kill came through, they had all the tools to succeed in this last game.
And all those tools kind of just continued and propelled forward as you look at the next plays going on throughout the entire game here, gentlemen. Like, it's We can see it right here. Like, although Striking Vipers aren't necessarily ahead, but the way the scrappy nature comes out to play, like, it didn't necessarily matter. Like it's whether they would engage the pawn first. They could consistently take fights and beat, like you were saying, Camille Gallo good. Like, you see it here over and over again.
You also, when you know they have that, you can't fight them in chokes like that. You have to really respect the fact that in these tight areas, basically something the size of or smaller than the area of Galio's hero's entrance, that's illegal. It's illegal territory. You're trespassing and you will be shot on sight. We saw that time and time and time again. And even though Striking Vipers had us a little scared towards the end of the game, like the combo is just too strong. Anime Girl was just too ahead. And at the end of the day, the 5v5 that they had came out and prevailed.
Biggest point of that too, like I believe even both Demon Travis were saying, like the game kind of turned on its head because like they decided, hey, let's fight the front line. And instead of, the Ashe who can right click and melt out our health bars, which I'm glad in the final team fight they were able to recognize that, take away Ashe, and suddenly it was all just clean picking from there. And speaking of clean, that also final Jin shot onto the Ashe was clean as well. But so they want to get your overall closing thoughts on this entire series between these two teams.
I wanted to highlight the importance of the mid lane matchup in today's series. Like in the first game, we had the Aurelia against the LeBlanc, and with the combination of the mid jungle and Aurelia Sejuani combo, that was very hard for them to deal with, for the South Striking Vipers to deal with in the first game. And then they improved upon their draft since then. The second game with the Rise Jarvan, the third game with also taking Sejuani and Aurelia for themselves, and even this game they have the Galio into the LeBlanc, which is also a counter pick with in combination with that Xin Zhao early game and the Camille on the top side of the map. They seem to have fixed their drafts on the first game. They just made it so every game after was their mid laner had a good matchup or a good comp with the team. Their conditions became a lot clearer of how they should play.
Exactly like you said, right? Just that mid game, like which you're just not allowed to play weak side in, right? Definitely showed up and showed out, especially with signature picks like from ZMT, which allowed him to take over the entire game on the Aurelia. Still, not balanced champion. We need to use more buffs, as you can see already. And one small little fun fact as well is that I believe, according to my calculations, whoever actually had the LeBlanc in every one of these games didn't win. So LeBlanc is your kryptonite, while Striking Vipers and Mercenaries, stop picking it. It doesn't work clearly. But this is just like based on small sample size of stats. But I want to say I'm a prophet. I'm just a host. But Beat, your closing thoughts as well on what you saw today.
I do want to echo the sentiment that Kitsuo put out. Mid lane matchup, I think, especially in just this recent metagame, has been super important.
Yeah.
Really good showing from Striking Vipers, and we kind of posed the question going into the series, will Mercenaries be able to really kind of overcome them Striking Vipers? What they had going for them was the teamwork, the system that they had in place for such a much longer amount of time compared to the players on Mercenary. And it seems like it was enough for them to come out on top. It showed, and we had a good showing from pretty much the whole team. But you give props to both players here. Again, well, both sides of players here. Everybody is trying to play for proving grounds next year. Either get picked up, take your teams the distance. And I think looking at some of the players we have here, it is very promising looking into the future.
The future is indeed bright, my friend, and I am very happy to say that as well for the next generation of all proving grounds contendees. So with that being said, I do want to give a big GG's over to Mercenaries and a massive congratulations over the Striking Vipers for getting third place in this UPL season. Phenomenal to see y'all's growth, from just even 2 seasons ago, and amazing what we've seen so far. But I do want to thank you, my lovely analyst, for being by my side the entire night. Beat that, appreciate you always, homie. Kitsuo, appreciate you coming on as well, giving us your big brain analysis and just teaching me a lot about both life and the game. I know things I would not have known. But big shout out to Akashis, as always, travesty, and that's it. And of course, our production, our pretension, and our observer Kai. I want to thank you all for watching. Our finals are tomorrow, a time and day you will not want to miss. So we'll see you back here, same time, same place. Oh, also, hey, shout out to J2 as well for doing this thing. We appreciate you, J2. and we know we're always watching. Thank you. Have a good night, everybody. Peace.